And we are live. Greetings, everyone. I know it has been quite some time.
Hello. Hello, my immortals.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Yes, since it is October, headed that to get a little bit into the Halloween spirit.
Yes. Halloween. Pagans must be purged.
All in due time. Regrettably, while getting this costume together, as you can see, got into
Yeah.
just a bit of a bar fight. So,
You were a bit disarmed.
yes. Only have one good hand to work
It's alright. That wasn't your fab hand. You're good.
with. Thankfully, yes. Can still do the reload. See? I got it. Anyways, today, aside from comical shenanigans, goofball dress up just for the sheer hell of it because it's the season, we actually have a good bit of news and stuff, but same as always, we'll go through our general introductions, and later on we will have Scoop dropping in. He's preoccupied with his missus right now, so it'll take him a good minute. And later on, we might have a couple other people dropping by, but no one else has hit me up, so it is what it is. Friday, people got things to do. Oh wait, no, it's actually Saturday. People are getting plastered, and I'm sober for once. Uh, so anyways, would you be so kind as to introduce yourself, Divinity?
Yes, of course. Of course. Lord, your Lord and Savior, creator of all reality, world forger, all Yahweh, Jehovah, take your pick. It doesn't matter to me. There's plenty of names out there.
No limits. Many names. Using this should be, but it should be as well.
Of course. You buggers are creative. You're welcome.
Ah, enjoy it, yes. Like I have many creative ways of how to reload this thing, but not many of them can be done with one good hand.
It's all right. You have teeth.
I don't think I've tried that yet.
Time to try.
I know I can chamber it with my teeth. That part is fairly easy. First though, I don't know. I don't want to lose a tooth like Hans. He tried to start a grenade with his teeth like in the movies, and he lost half his jaw, and that's before it went kaboom. Uh, anyways, all of you guys don't know me. Everyone just calls me Burnside. I'm just all sorts of fun and tomfoolery, and I like to dress up for the holidays and stuff. As you can see, I like to have a lot of fun. And for the time being, I'll just be rolling this show for the time being until we get things further along. Uh, so how's it been, man? How's things been going up there in the majestic, all-powerful center of the universe? Uh-oh, technical difficulties. All right. Well, while you get that figured out, let's see who we got here. I believe we've got Unchained is rolling around here. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I wanted to find something a little bit more fitting than the prop gun that we have for backline, but I couldn't really get anything else. Yeah. Ooh, maybe God has dysentery. Don't know. But yeah, this will have to do for the time being. Because regrettably, every Halloween store I've gone to in general has just not had props. They've had a gajillion costumes. They've had a whole bunch of little silly accessories and stuff, but they've had nothing for guns. It's like they got rid of all lever actions and stuff that they had like years ago. Like 3 years ago, I'd go into a Spirit Halloween and they had a whole bunch of different little like timepiece uniforms and costume props and all sorts of fun stuff like that. And then this year, nothing. I could only find like a prop revolver that was like that big. It was like a 38. I was like, I need something that looks like a Luger. Come on. Yeah, literally. That's why I basically just threw this on because I wanted to get something different for Halloween this year to just to screw with people, but for the time being, I've got this, so it's gonna have to do. You know, we're gonna be like everything else. You gotta order things off the internet. So, not much else. You know, it's a pain. Yeah, yeah, quite literally, man. Ooh, guns bad. We can't have any of them. You know, I can go to Etsy and I can find like 5 different versions of these that are basically the same thing with all sorts of little goofy orange tips on it. Like this one, it has just a simple internal uh orange tip. I don't know. I guess it's more of an orange plug, but you know, there's like 5 different versions of that where they basically tried to go ahead and do different variations of attachments that you'd have on into a barrel, like a suppressor or something, or a muzzle brake or something like that. And they're just like, all right, we're just gonna make this orange, put a cap in it, and it's like they're asking like $150 for that. And I'm like, the only thing that's different is you just basically put a suppressor. You know, it's not even a real gun. You're gonna spend that kind of money on.
So,
You know,
all right, I'm back here. Sorry, quick question. Are you all right with me inviting some people to the chat here? Into the
uh,
people to talk with us as well. We don't have many people going on. We can have a maximum of like 6 or 8 people.
yeah, we can have 6 people. I haven't put the money down for the 10 people yet, but yeah, we can have six.
Damn chew.
Yeah. I got bills.
That's all right, mate.
Yeah, it happens. But yeah, Unchained wants to hang in the chat. He's got some stuff got going on right now. Fury's watched this too, and my buddy Luigi.
Luigi.
Yeah.
Fucking Italians.
I like my Italians and Sicilians. They're nice people. And funny enough, if this were a different time period costume, I could say we're both on the same side. But no, regrettably, they did not have the Marilyn Manson costume I was looking for at any Halloween store.
Would the link that you gave me already be good, or could I use another one? Or do I have to use another link?
No, the link I gave you should be good. If you need another one, I can just drop you another one.
That's all right. I'll see what I can do. One of them is pretty lefty out there, so I don't want to see really too many arguments, mate.
Okay. I mean, what is he gonna take one look at my getup and like start screaming hysterically?
He's not that far gone, but he does have, let's just say, some opinions. He has a history. Let's just say.
Joy.
Don't worry. Like a true god, I seek redemption and all.
Aw, how progressive of
Except for the Jews, they killed my son.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Why do you
Except
think
for
it's? Just wait till Holocaust 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Ooh, boogity. I'm gonna laugh if we get in trouble for that one, man. Some of these news clips I've got.
Or would it be Great American Boogaloo?
Oh, geez, that might be coming around the corner. I actually had a story in regards to that. I was looking for it online though, and it wound up being basically a book. So I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna put a whole Chiron on for a book and everything. That's gonna take
Chiron?
2 minutes to explain. Yeah, these things. That thing. One of those things. I wasn't gonna waste one of those for a book that I could summarize in 2 minutes. Because yeah, long story short, I think I actually got it on my drive. I could show that if you want. It's basically what happened is I was going to work and they've been working on putting the foundation together for this advertisement sign, like those big ones you see on the pardon me, on the highway all the time. Like they were putting a new one on the burbs on off of 290, and I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be interesting. I really didn't pay too much attention, and they finally put the sucker up, and took a look at it, and was like, really, more of this fucking "we want the Civil War" nonsense. I was like, oh, you people are killing me with this crap. It was nuts. Anyways, enough about me and my shenanigans. What have you been up to lately, man?
Me? Well, you see, continually torturing the fake gods, of course, because pagan times are coming. Hey, the conquest of false gods is fun times.
Cool.
Plus,
Glad to hear some of the conquests that are going. Let's see. I know I had this thing in my drive. If not, I'm not going to bother showing the doggone footage of this thing. Oh, darn it. Okay, can't find it. Oh well, screw it. Anyways, basically what wound up happening is there's this sign that they put up called "Should America Be Divorced into Two Separate Nations?" And apparently it's a book that some person wrote. And they made a giant advertisement for it, and they put it like literally 2 exits right before I exit to get to work. Because I work all the way in the goddamn suburbs, so I got to go like an hour over into like from 94 to 290, 294, and blah blah blah, all that up over there. And like right before they reach the exit, they had this advertisement there, and I looked into the website and that, and I was like, okay, so basically they're like, Orange Man bad. We want to divide into 2 separate nations. Read my book.
You want to know something funny that I find about screwing up all that stuff? We got Mr. Cuomo. He's an Italian.
Mm-hmm.
All right? He's gone full on hating on the Jews. I get it's a Italian tradition and all, but damn.
Oh yeah, I've got a fun little news bit for him when Scoob gets here. I saved it especially for him, just because it has to do with Cuomo. Oh man.
So yeah, I wouldn't say it's because he's a Democrat or anything. He's just a shitbag.
Oh, Cuomo's just a terrible jagoff in general. He wants to be a little dictator. That's why everyone makes fun of him. I mean, Jesus, every time I hear Gerald Celente talk, he's like, little baby motherfucking Cuomo, hey, born on third base. What a little bitch. And he starts like screaming in Italian and stuff. That was fucking funny. Oh, gotta love it.
I still find it ironic that Scooby really thinks he's white, but he's actually Sicilian.
I'm not sure what Cuomo is. Italian, Sicilian, Calabrese, Calabro.
He's a true Italian. Cuomo is a very Italian name.
Interesting. I heard the name means something like broken jawbone or something.
Only after we get through with him.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Oh. Now, speaking of broken body parts and stuff, I think you'll like... Oh, yeah. I got this one news, but a good portion of people have already seen this already, I'm sure. But the fun thing is, it's actually been trending on Parler lately for a good portion of the day. Apparently, in the state of Illinois, more in particular, a particular county, I believe it's Lake County, if I remember correctly here.
Well, yes, but careful on how you phrase that. Those charges dropped were specifically about gun charges being crossing state lines, which we discovered that they did not cross state lines. They were purchased and stored and used in the state.
Yep. Exactly. All right, cool. You're already familiar with this.
Yes, he did get it from a friend. He still wasn't supposed to be having the guns. but nothing crossed state lines. And
I can hear you slightly. You need to turn your volume up a little bit.
Yeah, no shit. Besides,
I don't fucking know how to on this thing.
Not sure.
It's a web app, so there's not much you can really do.
Oh, damn, yeah, because I can't really adjust his audio setting for him, like turn his gain up.
Is that better?
A little bit, not much.
Any progress is better. But all right. Yeah, we were just talking about some legal stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like what?
Oh, the Kyle Rittenhouse story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Basically, what's going on is, the gun charges over state lines is being dropped. So some people are speculating, since those charges have been dropped, or any other ones potentially going to get dropped, since Sandman's got this massive prestige for being a legal badass. Like, some people are speculating since Lake County's basically said, okay, we can't get him for crossing the state lines with a fire weapon. People have gotten a morale boost from that. And I'm not too good with legalese, but I usually know that if you can get a couple of charges dropped, there's a higher likelihood of getting other charges dropped, so long as, in the case of firearms, you can prove self-defense or defense of, property and the likes of that.
And he's gone. I think
crap.
that's probably, this is computer stuff.
Oh, well.
He should be back here in a few.
Okay. He pops back up, So then, what's your speculation on the matter?
Me, honestly speaking, hey, he's getting some stuff dropped. See, he's back.
I am back.
Excellent.
I apologize about that. My phone apparently freaked the fuck out when I turned off the screen. But yeah, so we're talking about the whole Kyle thing.
Yes, the Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Some of the charges were dropped, but specifically the ones about crossing state lines, as it was discovered through the FBI and their research. If I'm correct, no, it was the gun registry. They went through the gun registry and discovered that the firearm had been purchased in the state and stored there and used there.
The firearm was what?
The firearm was purchased in the state.
The firearms were what?
The firearm was purchased in the state and never crossed state lines.
Yes.
He did still get it from a friend. That is a legal issue, which he will inevitably face, but he never crossed state lines with it.
All right. Sorry about that. I had to switch from my router to my phone plan. We've got so many things attached to our router here that it goes like, oh, one more thing. Fuck you.
Oh, I gotta love that with Wi-Fi. Shit, man. Oh, that's why I like having the unlimited plan.
Well, I have like 4 things attached to it. My roommate has like 13, so.
What internet?
That hurts like my eye in the bar fight that I lost.
In the bar fight, like,
nah, it's because he's stressed.
Uh-oh, you're losing connection.
Oh, no.
Oh, crap, he's probably going to drop out in a second. But, presently, according to this article that'll bring up here, screen share. According to this article here, which is from... Huh, that's odd. Scanner? That's an odd name. I thought it was from a different website.
I think Routers had it on their stuff. Maybe. Not sure.
All right. But here's the funny thing.
He'll walk, honestly. There are going to be some charges that are nigh impossible to deal with. Like, if you carry the firearm, sorry, no matter what, that's nothing we can do about that. The self-defense, we could argue. But he still had the gun.
Self-defense, you can argue on the second and third shooting, maybe.
Oh, no, we actually discovered another video and some witnesses that discovered there was another shooting right before Kyle first shot the guy in the head.
But still, it's in order for Kyle to argue self-defense on that one, he would have to definitely prove that the man was a significant threat to himself.
Well, from what we saw of the video and the witnesses, there was a gunshot behind him, and then the man reached to grab his gun. All right. Can we make the argument of reckless manslaughter? Very much so.
So
it's about 2 alleged other armed persons.
Yes, you could. However, you are then dealing with, like your friend said, 2 alleged other armed people without evidence on that point. That's going to be hard.
Well, one we know for sure was armed, the guy who lost his bicep.
And then we also have to add in towards the fact that, well, I do believe Wisconsin has some pretty lenient laws on use of force. It is also a duty to retreat state, as far as I know. And
that one might be a little troublesome.
Although with the second and third
guy in the fucking head.
Yes, that like I said, that is a very iffy one.
Yes, and second degree, you could bust it down to and say it was a crime of passion. However, all the prosecution has to do is that this guy did post of going to the fucking thing, responded to call of arms, and showed up with a fucking AR-15. And while I am one of the few guys who've gone so far left, I have kept my guns. I will also say you're not going to go to a politically charged event carrying something like that unless you are either intending to use it or want to be able to.
Well, from what we know, and from his posts on the internet, he originally went there to defend stores. That was his main purpose, and in fact, we find earlier photos of him cleaning up.
He illegally carried a firearm.
Yes, that was something.
State lines to do it. He put himself into harm's way with the intention of putting other people into harm's way.
We're not sure about that bit, but
a little bit of a gray area, but it's definite that the main argument they have is the main, him carrying a firearm in an area where there's riots going.
We don't know what he was thinking, and he was a kid. All right.
And granted, I do believe what he did was heinous and wrong. However, I don't think he should be charged as an adult because, frankly, from what I know about his parents, he was probably raised of, you have to do this. It wasn't something that he probably didn't wake up that day going, I'm going to go shoot 3 people. However, there is still a matter of agency involved there. Like, I will be the first one to say that, yes, if you push people into poverty, you have to expect gang violence. You just have to. It is a fact of life. However, I also do believe that with that knowledge in mind, you cannot excuse their actions when they do that, because even if at the most I would say you could excuse it is under duress, because I've lived in places like that. I have had to do things that I'm not necessarily the most proud of.
LA.
Have you lived in Chicago?
I lived in Watts, bro.
You lived in LA.
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
I've lived in Dallas. I've lived in St. Louis. Chicago is bad, but it's,
Well, I mean, at least here when you get shot, you normally don't fall into a pile of literal feces. So, that is nice. You can just bleed out in the cold concrete.
Depends upon the part of LA.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, like right now, I live in Portland, which is really weird because I have folks who are like, your city's burning down. I'm like, oh, live stream camera, show me where the fucking fires are, please. Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. The DHS boys just launched a tear gas grenade directly into our mayor's face.
He deserves that, you know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ted Wheeler's a dick. I'm not gonna lie, but the dude
It's so
who did
bad
that
that they had rioters try to charge into his private apartment. Even the citizens of Portland hate the guy.
Yeah, like no one likes fucking Ted Wheeler. Nobody likes Ted Wheeler.
I gotta say, it's absolutely hysterical that these people literally wrecked into there, sat there, and literally stood in that general entryway for about like 10 hours straight, just nagging and throwing bricks upstairs and shit. It's like they decided, all right, we're in the atrium. We're not going any further. And it's like, what the hell?
I am the token liberal here, aren't I? Well, no,
yes, you are.
Well, not really. Henrik's a libertarian.
No, I am the token leftist.
Yes.
Don't worry.
You're the advocate of Noam Chomsky, and each according to his means of fists.
Don't worry.
Evenly distributed amongst his means of anuses.
Don't worry. We will have our token minority. Coming soon. He's a Sicilian.
Well, Henrik, I'm not that far. Like, granted, I don't think inside of America anyone should be starving. But I also do believe that if you want more than like basic luxuries, get your ass to fucking work.
All right, that's fair enough. I like working too. I work days a week because of it.
I'm not against like the whole unemployment because of COVID-19. But at the same point in time, like I'll have people who are far right going like, "Well, you just live in your mom's basement." And I'm like, "Bro, for most of the pandemic, I was pulling doubles almost every fucking night. What the fuck's your excuse? If from the economy, why the fuck are you working and I am?"
Ooh, hey, you got a good point there, man. You can sit there and go, "Well, I may have a book on Noam Chomsky's Art of the Anus, but bitch, I work for a living."
Yeah, I recently just switched jobs primarily because even with me being a short sleeper, I like to have sleep. And I'm still doing a job that like a lot of people have found out that I'm doing. They're like, "I couldn't do that. It's too hard." I'm like, "Bro, it's a fucking cakewalk. It's Camp Snoopy. Shut the fuck up."
Nice. No, I feel you. I have the same thing working in a warehouse. I work a relatively simple job, but all the other young kids that get me just sit there, smoke weed, violently masturbate, and stock boxes and anything else I put in their hands backwards as hell, and it falls over, and then they look at me and go,
No, like this is the first time in this year that I've had 2 days off in a row without having to fucking call out or be super injured.
I see.
I changed jobs, and it's kind of annoying because it is a pay cut, but then my new boss found out the amount of work that I did at my last job. He's like, "So if I give you overtime, you'll do what?" I'm like, "I'll be here, provided I don't gotta watch my roommate's husky."
Aww.
Like, that's fair enough because I don't want to. If your roommate's doing a double as a nurse, someone's gotta walk the dog. So I understand that.
Yep, dogs can't exactly walk themselves outside to take a shit.
Well, if you train
them. You tried training a like 1.5-year-old husky to do anything besides destroy the house.
Yeah, puppies are not fun. You got to give them lots of attention or they go wild. Yeah.
At least it's not like German Shepherds. The thing is, the smarter a dog, the more easily bored they get.
Keep in mind, a husky is basically a small wolf without the attention span.
That's it.
Like training wolf dogs is easier than training a fucking husky. I don't get why, but it fucking is.
I don't know. Wolves just have that gene that huskies don't, I guess. I don't know.
Well, the sheer amount of cursing is going to get this video demonetized.
I don't make money off this stuff anyways. You kidding me? Look how I'm dressed. They're going to demonetize it just by looking at me because these idiots don't know their camouflage in their helmet. You know? This is a motorcycle helmet. This is a uniform from after Germany was united.
Actually, with how PC everything is is today having a Trump supporter and a socialist on the same live stream agreeing on things will probably get him paid.
Oh, that'll be funny. I should have put a Chiron for that. That would have been hysterical. Capitalist and socialist not kill each other? Liberal question mark?
No, I like talking to people. I like having conversations. I mean, you can ask Div over here. I will get heated, but my higher education, what I have, is in poli-sci and philosophy. So it's like, I mean, like I'm on groups on Facebook, and people are like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, because A, I enjoy this, and B, having someone tell me to get a job who hasn't worked in 8 years. I've been doing warehouse and labor jobs for the last 5 is kind of fucking amusing.
Oh, that's funny. Someone who's in the same boat as me.
No, like I'm in a Facebook group for my from the town where my mom lives, and some guy went like, "Why don't you get a job?" I'm like, bro, the easiest job I've had in the last 3 years was landscaping.
And I was the one who helped him get out of that place.
Yeah, and then be like, and you haven't worked in 5 because you can't stop hitting on the chicks whose washing machine you're fixing.
Oh my god.
Why you want to call me a degenerate because I think I should pay your unemployment and your welfare? Okay. Welcome to society. I don't have to agree with you for me to want you to eat, motherfucker.
That's hysterical.
Yeah.
I'm used to that being in the complete opposite. By chance, are you in Florida? I have to ask, because that's
Am I on what?
in Florida. It's a
No.
joke on paradox, because like everything's ass backwards in Florida.
Portland. Oh, I am in North Oregon because I will not go to South Oregon because my last name and the fact that I am mildly mixed would not go very well.
Sundown towns.
Yep.
Into Nebraska.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like the last time I was down there, like people were like amazing until someone said my last name to them. They're like, "Oh, you got beater blood in you?" I'm like, "Well, it's mainly Celtic and Germanic, but if you want to go here, bro, we can."
You're sitting there like,
I mean, he's like, "Well, I'm like, at least I don't fuck my sister." I'm like, come on.
oh god, that's awesome.
Well, maybe the Celtic bit, but
No. There are towns in South Oregon that you need to check the family trees before you start dating.
Oh god, that's terrible. Jesus.
Just because people haven't moved out. I mean, no, keep in mind, Oregon was founded by the Klan.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't ratify the 14th Amendment until like damn near 30 years after Hawaii and Alaska were states.
That was in the 80s.
You've got to be shitting me. That's hysterical.
Yeah. Like, there are towns that still have, like, pictures of their founders in their clan robes proudly displayed in City Hall.
Well, if anything, new blood into those towns would probably improve the gene pool.
Yeah. Oh, God. I just find that hysterical. That's something one of these days I'm going to have to go look for after they get done with their fucking Civil War rioting sodomy nonsense they're doing over there right now. Just so I can find these pictures, point at them, and laugh.
Isn't that bad? Like, I mean, Portland does have a rep, and I will admit,
it's Twitter in real life.
Like for protesting, but the same point in time, every single time that there's been talks and things have followed through, it has calmed down. Like it was calming down until DHS showed up. It hit back up. And then just the knowledge that DHS was going to pull out calmed everything down immediately. Like I went on a beer run 2 blocks from where the riot cops were. Perfectly fine. Wasn't scared at all. I realized where we were. I was like, "Hey, Lyft driver, I'm sorry. Like I've been doing this all fucking night. Like this one place is having a sale on beer just that people come in the door. Like I'm not worried about it." Like,
oh my god,
yeah.
That's like when they have a liquidation sale over in like Harvey, And that's when I decided to go, it's worth being shot.
Well, no, it's like people hear about what's going on in Portland and they're like, "Oh my God, there's massacres in the goddamn street." But
No one's saying that.
Yeah.
There have been some riots and some destroyed buildings. That's really the thing we call out. We're fine with protests as long as it's peaceful.
I'm sorry, but as Americans, I don't really think we can condemn riots too much because how did we form this country?
With a
we
lot
shot
of help from the
people.
French.
And riots and terrorism. I mean, if we hadn't won the war, it would be called riots and terrorism. I mean, same thing. If the North hadn't won the Civil War, it wouldn't be a civil war. It would be a.
You're not wrong about that argument because remember, it's only a war crime if you lose.
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
Much. Pretty fucking much.
It was actually a relatively sound argument.
Yeah, it's. And
in America, if we tried to apply nowadays, if we lost the war after we dropped the bombs, we would have been considered the literal enemy of the world.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. You kidding me? We would have had our own Geneva Convention just because of what we did to Hiroshima and Nagasaki alone. And then after what happened with FDR and the detention centers, are you kidding me? They'd be looking at all the general people in America that have an ethnic background of the Axis powers and be like, and you say we're bad for concentration camps. What the fuck is this?
Okay, but there is a massive difference there.
Yes.
Before we even bombed Hiroshima, we were dropping things saying "get the fuck out of town." When it came to Nagasaki, we were dropping things like "get the fuck out of town." If you don't believe us, ask about Hiroshima.
Well, that's the problem. No, that's the problem. No one knew about Hiroshima because the government suppressed the news about it.
And granted, I'll admit that, but at least America was like, we're gonna war them. Germany was like, you know what? We don't like you, Zyklon B. There's moral equivalency. We did some fucked up shit, boy. You can't really trump the Holocaust there. Like you can't. And
that's
try to, but if you're like, you're kind of a horrible person.
Inevitably, it falls under the concept of the greater good.
I mean,
so funny.
And granted, and like I'll admit, the A-bombs, horrible action. But out of the options we had, least worst choice. I mean, still, like to this date, like 300,000 people have died. I show you Nanking.
Oh yeah, Nanking was a whole royal clusterfuck. Two officers having a competition over decapitation.
Yeah, and the only other two options we had was America either basically stop from skull fucking Europe and then put all of their effort into skull fucking Japan, or America and the Russians decided to just fuck different eye holes of Japan. I'm sorry, but if I have to pick between two extinction balls and the Russians skull fucking my country, I am picking the extinction balls all day long.
Well, one of the reasons why we dropped the bombs to force the war to end is because Russia was starting to move in to Japanese territory.
Russia was moving in. Russia kept fighting. The only reason Russia stopped was America went, no, under our protection. We got some more of this shit. You don't want to go, bro?
Oh, yeah, and that's why immediately the Cold War kicked off. Because quite literally what wound up happening is the Russians were like, okay, we feel like raping. We raped Germany. Let's go rape Japan and anyone else that gets in our way. And then we were like, no more raping. The war's finally over. And they're like, but my rusty balls, man.
They were still a bit salty after the.
I mean, now, granted, Germany kind of deserved it. Like, I have German family who still have a blood type tattoo living in America. I had family trapped in the Kurland pocket who then somehow managed to avoid the gulags and worked for the Russians. But I'm still going to say Germany fucking deserved it.
I don't know, man. They're
Like,
pretty nasty, man. I feel bad for anybody that gets that shit, even
Yeah,
other commies.
The Holocaust. I mean, like when you start making the French in that point in time look pro-Jewish, you know you've crossed a fucking line.
I can't really argue that because I don't like France either. I really
no one
don't like
likes
France.
French.
Actually, I will give the French a lot of fucking respect. I mean, just look at fucking what we did to Gaddafi. We went in fighting, like blah blah blah. France's response was, "We're gonna kill his fucking sons and bomb his golf course. Fuck this guy."
The British helped them.
Oh, the British are always down for a good war. I mean, shit, give them a couple children they can rape and they'll do anything.
Of course, they were
me?
looking at those Middle Eastern nations and like, hey, didn't I own you once?
Yeah, yep.
I mean, now just that is basically America just basically owns that now. It's just like, do we need to come back? We don't care about winning. We just like to shoot shit.
As much as I despise the wars, because honestly, they were started by 90% lies, there's one small benefit. It does allow us to develop new weapons.
Oh, yeah. Like the microwave thing. That's my newest favorite one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I am a big fan of trying to develop gear to make war a bit cleaner. I also, however, one thing I will give Trump, the Moab that he dropped, I can't say I wouldn't have done different. I mean, I probably would have done it for different reasons, but I can't say that I wouldn't have dropped it myself.
Well, I mean, hell, the last time he started bombing and that, he got the Russians to back off. He killed al-Baghdadi. I mean, shit, sounds like a good start.
At the same point in time, right afterwards, we hung the Kurds out to dry. Our second largest.
That is something a lot of people have called him out for.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought they were going to do just fine by their own. I didn't think they were that reliant on us.
Well, no, it's the thing about the Kurds is
they're our allies.
They can fight. However, they don't have.
We were their supplier of resources.
Oh.
We supplied them with ammo. Hell, shit. They would point at something and without question, we would blow it the fuck up. Like, they would go, hey, G.I. Joe, we need an airstrike. And our response was, how much? No,
they were also incredibly invaluable to our operations because they knew the areas.
Yes, they knew the area. And on top of that, they were willing to take the risk. They were willing to fight on the ground, provided they had our planes and, if needed, our armor behind them.
They were basically like what Al-Qaeda really used to be.
Yeah, when they were the Mujahideen?
When they were real freedom fighters.
Yeah, and we hung them out to dry, and we basically forced them into two different deals that kind of threaten American interests now.
Speaking of wars, what's your thoughts on what's going on in Armenia?
My thoughts on that one is America needs to show up and go like, hey, stop it. Maybe this is the German and the Irish in me, but no, you don't try to wipe out a people. You just don't. And while I think America intervenes too much, there are some things that you just have to intervene in, and genocide is one of them.
That's one of the issues. That is the UN. It's supposed to be UN police action. Problem is, not everyone.
UN just sucks, man. All they do is they hand out rations and they dump supplies off that wind up getting captured by guerrillas, and then they take Hillary Clinton's money and decide, okay, let's go rape children. It's like all the UN does all day.
Is a problem in some parts of Africa.
Shit, I don't want to scream today. I really don't.
It was a joke, but yeah. We all know Pizzagate was proven wrong, but still fun to joke about.
Sorry, as somebody who's gone through child abuse like that, I don't find it funny.
All right, no issue. All right,
fair enough.
All right. Armenia, it needs to be fixed. I get that. In fact, I want it to be dealt with.
It has to be fixed. The problem that I will grant there is a problem with the UN, and it's not going to be solved without drastic changes. It is not.
Well, one of the issues is China has begun to infiltrate it.
Oh God, yeah. You kidding me? China owns a good portion of the UN. That's why it's all bureaucratic nonsense. You got China doing all their commie bullshit.
Not even the communism, it's just China in general. They're trying to improve their influence, which I can't blame them. They're a country. The U.S. did the same thing with the UN.
Yeah.
Like I can't blame them at all.
But the problem is their influence.
It's when it comes to Trump and China,
it's a love-hate relationship.
He could be a little bit wishy-washy on that one.
Well, first of all, ignoring Trump bit, it's just in general. Their influence has been expanding through the decades, even during Obama and all that stuff.
Yeah, well from what I know, with Trump, he's not only doing tit for tat, but until the virus really got bad and they started with these lockdowns, he was trying to negotiate with China on his own terms, and China didn't like that because they want to do it on their terms.
It's the thing with China is China has a very amazing card to play. It's, do you want to do business or not?
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, this is something that I won't blame the Donald on, more of his kids. They are making major cash money off of China. Like, they are.
Well, everyone does, man.
And
shit, this thing's probably made in China. No, my iPad is.
No, like Ivanka has watched her net worth more than double, largely due to the influence she has given her role in the White House. And pragmatically, I'll give her some respect on that. It's like, you were pragmatic enough to do it. Ethically, come the fuck on.
It's still China.
You want to be in government, don't use government ties to enrich yourself, while especially claiming to be anti-corruption. It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, hell, I've got a good one on that one. I found a good chunk of a couple things on Hunter Biden and some of the stuff he's been getting in trouble for. Now it apparently extends all the way in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean,
we all know the Bidens are corrupt.
Oh,
yeah, I'm not a big fan of Biden myself. I'm really not. However, it's just with the way things are going, with the way people in my family, especially the Germans that are talking, I can't in good conscience vote for anybody else. I really can't. I don't like them. This is a time that I am rather distastefully voting for somebody. But when somebody in my family who was boffin going, yeah, no, the dude in office is a fascist right now, I'm gonna trust him on that one. I just am. Like, when you have your blood type tattooed in your fucking arm and still have a uniform from that fucking tattoo, I'm gonna grant that you know what the fuck you're talking about there.
Interesting.
The issue with Biden is, at least him as himself, he's not the one running anything.
Yeah, Hunter's just the influence peddler, which you guys want me to bring those stories up, I can go please Chiron for that.
When it comes down to
wait, are we talking the whole thing about Hunter's laptop? Because that's already been debunked.
Well, there's a couple different ones here. Let me, if you want, Eric, I can go through the ones that I've got.
Again.
Okay. Just to debunk the thing on Hunter, the guy who provided the data from the hard drives has a major hurdle to cross. Why is he providing metadata from a hard drive that wasn't developed until 6 months after he claims he had the data. Like the data was put on.
Please, no Infowars, man. Even I don't like those guys.
And then we have to also cross another major hurdle. You're telling me that there is no computer shop between fucking LA and Delaware.
I don't know.
Somebody who is an international business is going to forget their business computer and
someone having stolen it
across the country.
That could have been stolen. It's a possibility.
Intellectual property on the hard drive, and then a whole bunch of damning bullshit.
All it takes is some company or someone having not liked Mr. Hunter or his father having stolen. That's all it takes.
And here's the other thing.
To get a hard drive and then put date, and then with what we know about the metadata, the data being 6 months older than the hard drive was developed. I'll grant Hunter Biden's probably done some shady shit. I'll grant that. You can't get far. We really can't get far in the world without having done something dirty. But
oh yeah, I mean here's the latest one that I thought was interesting.
You're asking me to suspend more belief than I have to do for a Rifts game. This makes no goddamn sense.
Either way, it's still up in the air. The information's there. We'll figure it out.
I mean, I'm a heathen, and I find the idea of an 8-legged flying horse more believable than having data on a hard drive 6 months before the fucking prototype was working correctly.
I don't know. From what I'm aware of, as far as the computer and the like, basically, the guy defaulted on his payments to have it repaired and refurbed and shit. Stuff got transferred over from his base hard drive to the one that he was reinstalling for water damage. So, hey, maybe he just junked the old one after he gave him the down payment, and then after it just defaulted, then it's like, okay, whatever.
And then we also have to cross the line of, you're going to tell me that a Biden, like, they're not billionaires, but they're still pretty goddamn rich. They're still in the 1%, is going to default on a maybe at most $200 repair bill.
All it takes is someone with a vengeance.
I mean,
I don't know.
I just took a significant pay cut, and if my computer went down, I could talk to my landlord about giving me a break on paying rent on time enough to fix my computer.
Like I said,
I don't know. Rich people are really cheap and cheesy, man. It wouldn't surprise me.
And we're talking about the guy who could literally wipe his ass with enough money to buy a case of actual Cuban cigars and not see any real difference in his bank account. Hey, stop destroying the couch, you stupid dog.
I don't know. We've got this between 3 countries now. We've got Ukraine, we've got China, now we've got Kazakhstan. I don't know. I mean, we all know that since the Ukrainian Civil War's broken out, it's been an absolute shit fest.
If we want to go down that shady ass deal route, do I gotta bring up the Donald?
Yes,
go for it.
His own issues, but that's a whataboutism.
Half of I understand it is, but if we're talking about three nations, I could bring up one debt that we know that Donald Trump has.
He could pay it off easily. He just sell off a building.
Then why the fuck hasn't he paid the $500 million debt to the Deutsche Bank?
That's Deutsche Bank.
The same reason Hunter Biden decided he wasn't going to pay for his laptop. He decided, you know what? Fuck it. Let it default. Maybe he could use it as political leverage for sanctions with Germany. I don't know. I mean, I'm not too fond of Merkel, so if you were to basically say, hey, give my debt, I'll throw you guys shit.
I'm not for either. I think she's a little bit too far right. But Deutsche Bank is a private institution. It just has the word Deutsche in it. It's like Bank of America.
Yes, but centrally.
I mean, it's owned by the federal government. Hell, the people who handle the federal government's money isn't part of the government.
They're just permanently contracted.
Yeah, I'm not fond of any central bank, to be honest with you. I don't like central banks, central governing, or most things central other than social security.
Not a fan of that either. Like, I think blockchain has a lot of good things going for it. I don't think cryptocurrency should be the route we go down. However, I do think
Oh Lord, if you want something on you want something on
changing how we
cryptocurrency, I can start
move
browsing
money.
Infowars here. See if we get
Please
booted off
no
for it.
Infowars. Please no Infowars.
Don't get us into info wars. All I have to say is Sandy Hook, and your credibility will fucking drop immediately.
Oh no,
Dude, I'm in a city that has shootings all the time. What's a school to me?
He does live in Chicago.
I'm not going to throw stones in one direction or the other because that's been a done deal thing forever. And I basically sat there the whole time going,
well, no,
we have schools that get shot. We have drive-bys. This is something new to you people?
I mean, and granted, and I'll grant that, something like that happening in net is like like Sandy Hook happening where it did. Really, I would say probably made the news more because of, well, A, the body count, and B, where it happened. I mean, granted, if it happened in fucking Chicago, it would have been in the news for like maybe a fucking week and a half, and then it would have fucking no one would have given a shit because it's Chicago and
we got dead bodies all day long. It's been a big thing.
And let's be realistic. No one, most people inside of America give more than 3 shits what happens to a random black guy. Like, I mean, it's sad, but I have to admit that it's the reality.
Yeah, I mean, black on black crimes just through the roof. I mean, if you want, I can skip to the next segment and show you the map of the city. Literally, I got a website.
Oh, I'll grant that it was actually really funny. Like, at my last job, we had a guy who would always go like, "All lives matter." So I was like, "Oh, Black Lives Matter." And his response was, "That's not what the fuck I said." I'm like, "But if all lives matter, that includes Black lives. So Black Lives Matter, right?" And
you're dramatically trolling him. That's funny.
Lives matter. Huh?
Well, my opinion on it is yes, Black Lives Matter, but I don't like the organization.
I second that. I dislike that organization so much. If you want, I can go get something that I used to go and piss off the last liberal I had on. It was so funny of mine.
I can understand that given how some chapters act, but we also have to get the fact that it's not a mono group. I mean, in Portland, we have several chapters who don't really agree on too much.
I just don't like their organization.
We have.
I mean,
chapters,
help.
No. We have chapters who think that peaceful protests and signs are going to solve everything, and then we have chapters who make the Black Panthers go, "Bro, you need to calm the fuck down."
I don't know. My main qualm with Black Lives Matter is they're all for the black folk, but they've got a guy who's whiter than me, who's a communist up on the north side that is their supreme leader and everything. So I'm like, you're all about being black, but you take orders from Bob Avaki, and I call horseshit on everything and anything.
It's the same thing as, okay, it's pretty largely the same thing as, like, politics. I mean, for example, look at the 3%ers. You have special forces troops who will take orders from a guy who got discharged in training from an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the dude who founded the 3%ers fucked his body up in training, and that's why he never fucking did a combat drop. Because he was out before he could, because he screwed himself up so much that the army went like, yeah, no, we can't use you anymore. And
sounds kind of like Snowden.
Yeah. I
think I get where you're going, but it's still not convincing me.
And
I mean, people break their shit in training accidents all the time.
Yeah, and
some people accidentally even die.
Like, it doesn't have to. Like, I mean, I can realize that we can not agree on politics. It's like, I mean, granted, I've just did cut a very old friend who I loved, but that wasn't over politics. It was because her response was, "You want to be upset that some Negro didn't follow the law?" I'm like, if you would use a different word starting with fucking end about him, I would have liked you less, but I would have respected you more because I know that's what you wanted to fucking say. And
I don't know. I gotta go like a good 2.5 hours south to run into people that talk like that. So it is what it is. I mean, I get like the different chapters and things, but I mean, drinking Boba Vacuum's semen on a daily basis, I'm just like, nah, that guy's rich as hell, and he's telling everyone communism or else I will violate your entire being and destroy your life. So it's like, okay, we have Stalin Jr. here just using these people as pawns.
I mean, granted, like I do believe in a degree of like, sorry, I have a speech thing. Word div. Socialism. Like I do believe in a degree of socialism, like every American does. That's why we have police forces and a highway system, and I don't know, security.
Well, I wouldn't even say that's really socialism or even anywhere near it. Social contracts, I guess you could say that clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, however, if we're going to go
taxation with representation is how I've understand it. Because what I understand as socialism is like, quite literally, I point this at someone and say, "You give cash or I kill you." And that's like, as I've understood socialism.
It's a prop from a movie.
At least not the way that it means it nowadays. I mean, now granted, we could go back very, very, very far and use a genetic fallacy.
Say what?
I mean, like we can go back very far to the original way that the words socialism was used, and then apply it to everything since then. But at the same point in time, I'm pretty certain I could hand a libertarian the book Capital, and they would agree with most everything in it.
Yes, remember, Das Kapital. Marx was originally a capitalist.
But I'm certain that I could hand Rand Paul the book Capital and just cover up like the author's name, and he would agree with most everything in it until he found out that Karl Marx wrote it, and then all of a sudden, it's everything in that book is fucking evil.
Well, Rand Paul was.
I don't know. I mean, Rand Paul did pass a law called the Breonna Taylor Act. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, sorry, screwed up people.
I mean,
good.
I mean, like, I've actually like had to like explain to people that like if you want democracy, then necessarily agreeing with Karl Marx is not something you should do all that often.
He was originally a capitalist. The argument gets iffy if you take his earlier works.
Yes, and it gets iffy. But my favorite quote from Marx is, "Thank God, I'm not a Marxist." I mean, it's. You do have to eventually separate ideas from the people from the ideas, and we have to understand that language does change. I mean, if language didn't change, I could call the most far-right guy in our Congress a liberal and be correct about that.
I don't know.
I could call David
I could
be correct about that. If we were just using the original way that liberal meant, where it basically meant power to the people make choices, we don't have
I get what you're saying. Yeah. The best laid plans of mice and men go astray. I mean, it is what it is. You hand somebody Das Kapital and anything else from Karl Marx nowadays, and they go, silent fisting, yes, destroy everything because I have zero intelligence. And that's usually what happens. You hand it to people about 40 years ago, and they go, maybe make something like Soviet Union and maybe go easy on the genocide. 40 years before that, they go and sit there and go, I think I went to college with this guy. They never really started on this. Maybe I'll start on this, It's history for you.
It boils down like towards that, and it's something that people have to be aware of, that words the meaning of words change. I mean, like, for example, like, I'm a heathen. I want a walnut tattoo, but I'm kind of leery about that given the current way that would be viewed, because people would immediately assume that A, I've been to prison, and then B, I'm a Nazi. And I'm like, just no, it's a symbol of I trust the Allfather to give me bravery.
Okay.
I don't want to explain that every goddamn time because some random skinhead's like, I like the way this look, and it's a Germanic fucking faith, blah blah blah. Hallowed and kill everybody I don't agree with, and no equality, ignoring the fact that, well, yes, the Norse did some heinous shit. We were a part of their society. They were incredibly egalitarian. Like, I've known people who are far right going like, I want a Viking marriage. I'm like, oh wait, so you want your wife to control all of the money, run the house, and determine how much spare cash you have?
Only while he's away.
Yeah, the Norse are pretty interesting people. I myself, I get into a little bit of the Ostrich. I've got a wand myself, and I've made a handful of runes, but I don't exactly have those handy because they are practiced and not very well done.
I mean, like, I'm gonna start wearing it. I'm gonna start wearing my hammer again here.
Ooh, careful there, man.
You stuttered like a mofo. I could not understand a word you said. You're Joe Bidening on me.
You're the one person that I will allow to make that joke because you actually get that he has a stutter and he's not fucking drilling on himself, changing his fucking dice.
Yes, but he also has a stutter.
Yeah. No,
one goes with the other.
Down,
in general, like I've heard him stutter before, but I mean, how it's gotten lately, it's like, well, I swear he's had an evolution where it seems like he's just falling apart.
We can't blame his stutter, but we can blame his age. He used to be a really great speaker.
Well, I mean, but yeah, I mean, like, Dave, you watched me go through cycles of where I speak great and then I don't,
and then you stutter a little bit, fumble.
Yeah,
it's all good. It happens. I mean, I've been sitting here adjusting this damn thing just because I stretched the string off on the stupid. It happens.
I mean, God, I mean, like, Dave here has been my friend for I don't even know fucking how long now, and he has watched me go through emotional turmoil and speak clearly, and then I can't say my favorite fucking color in under 2 minutes.
Damn.
Because I care and I never give up on him.
Aw, aren't you a caring person?
That, and I am one of your favorite GMs because I allow you to do a lot of crazy shit.
Well, it's also riffs, and if you imagine it, you can do it.
Oh, hell, at one point we were going to try and get a game of Rift going with a couple different people. Oh, God.
If it's on a Sunday or alternating sats, I could do it. The character I'd want to play is a Nightbane Mystic Soldier Enforcer for the Immaterial Hand, and just stare at everybody like, these guys are good people. I'm not. Why? Be like, well, I don't know. I remember a point in time before Carl became the Emperor, so.
Nice. I haven't gotten properly acclimated to it. I just got a rough story from a couple guys, and your buddy here gave me the story about how he became a deity, and I thought it was hysterical.
Oh yeah, fucking Demi-Dova Marks.
Yes, it is canon, thanks to me. In his universe, Karl Marx is a god.
Demi-Dova Marks, the character that Div made quicker than everybody else for a convention game. Like, Div had that character done before people picked out a pre-gen. So like, I'm ready, and they're like, wait, you made a character? He's like, yeah. Like, I still haven't chosen by. He's like, I'm aware.
Yeah, definitely at one point, it would be fun to get a game like that going. Because the one thing I've wanted to do, if I could get the off time, is they wanted to do like just like an online roleplay thing with a couple people where it's like either riffs, just because the one pun that I came up with stuck and I like it, and the fact that everyone now is doing like Wrath and Glory and this other stuff and it's kind of kicked on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do like the whole Steel Thunder of Warhams and all that stuff, but I mean, it's something I wanted to do. I just don't like the concept of throwing money at people.
You know, like if in Rifts you don't have to actually like throw cash at people. Like
you just need PDFs.
Internally game, I have to state directly here, I do not endorse using PDFs of Rifts because I know people
didn't say they're stolen or anything. You can buy them online at Drive-Thru RPG.
I just have to say that if you want those, Drive-Thru RPG is my official stance on that.
Yes, or directly from the website.
Interesting. I might have to give that a go because it's like I like the different.
I have to say that because I think artists should be paid. Then B, I am friends with people who work for them, so plug here, buy Palladium, buy it. There are things that I had from them that I haven't actually like paid for, but it was gifts from people who work for them, and we'll leave that at that.
Interesting. Yeah, the Palladium system was one that a couple of my buddies, like decades ago, when I used to be good buddies with them, was going on and on about how the system works and that, and I couldn't figure it out.
The thing with that system is it is kind of bulky, but once you learn that, you know all of their games.
Okay.
Like, if you can play Rifts, you can play their zombie game, you can play their fantasy game, you can play their heroes game, you can play Splicers, which is just Diver versus the Terminator. The Terminator was given PCP and math.
PCP and math. Good
God.
Like
the one game they have you would actually have to like learn separate from everything else is Recon. But Recon is basically just the GM hasn't had time this week to prepare, so you're just killing a lot of fucking. You're killing like Taliban or Viet Cong or something, just dropping airstrikes and murder shit. It is
hell, that sounds like my alley and Scoobs. I mean, shit.
No. It's basically Warhammer without the models.
Ooh, oh hell yeah!
And you get to live out your dreams of inevitably dealing with PTSD.
Yeah.
Fun. I love the hell out of Warhammer.
I will say one thing about Warhammer. I fight.
And that is?
I fight for the lion. And then I have lost 27 men to Iraq, ran 8 scorpions the size of battle tanks and swore enough to fill 3 legs inside the last week. Emperor, help me out. I love this place. It's just like home. Gotcha.
Fucking cat.
If you probably heard, might or might not told you, but one of the Primarchs is actually back.
Yep. You are man, that little fucking pretty boy bitch.
Aw, somebody else that doesn't like the blue Smurfs?
I just no. I've been playing 40K for so long that I remember when basically it was just I don't know what army to play. I'm just gonna play Ultramarines because they're generic, and now all of a sudden they're the pinnacle of Space Marines. And I'm staring at my Dark Angels like, we're the first fucking Legion. We're the first chapter. We are like the Emperor's chosen. Like, we blew up our planet and spent 10,000 years hunting down traitors, and until we do all of it, we are unforgiven. And then Duamin found out why, and he went like, you know what? That's actually fair, and I'm not going to start that fight because I like being alive.
Yeah, Gilliman's not stupid enough to start an inter-chapter war.
Well, no, it's in 40K lore. The Dark Angels have a Supreme Grand Master. every chapter has a Grand Master. If Azrael says the Unforgiven are going to war, the response from their like sun chapters or whatever term you feel like you want to use is, we'll be there here, sir. Like, give us this long. We think we'll be there, but we will deploy. We will deploy in chapter strength. And the one chapter who won't respond is the consecrators, and the dark angels will show up as the reinforcements for the consecrators, and they will break radio silence for the first time ever, going, "Sir, thank God you showed up. They were being annoying."
What about the mortifactors?
Huh?
What about the mortifactors? What do you think of those guys?
Chapter?
Mm-hmm.
Of who?
The mortifactors are basically like Mortarians guys, except loyalists. They're supposed to be like this superstitious chapter that lives on a death world, and they're known for being like bordering on the line of heretical, because they do cannibalism within the means of their abilities to become better warriors. Like, like how the Space Marines have that organ that allows them to like eat the brains of their enemies, and they can like gain their knowledge and such. Like the mortifactors like do that on steroids with like a whole deathbed assembly.
Angels player, so our like Dark Angels chaplains are less worried about, like
morals.
Oh, are you okay, sir? Like, are you okay, my son? And they're more worried about oh, we captured somebody. I'm going to torture the shit out of him right now. Why? Because A, I want to, and B, he knows something that we want to know. And I am the one person who can make torture fucking work. Why? See this knife? You cannot resist. A Space Marine can't resist the pain. How do you know? I've done that before, a few times. It's fun. Glory to the Emperor.
Torture for the Emperor.
No. Keep in mind, like, the Dark Angels have recruited Catachans, and like, God damn, you boys are fucked up. And they're like, it's not my fault you're a pussy. I'm from Catachan. We're from Caliban, bitch.
That's what I like about some of the different chapters, and that's what I like how some of the Death Corps, the Kriegar in the Imperial Guard.
We also got a new baby god coming.
Kriesmen, the one part of the Imperial Guard who makes it the commissar's job to make sure that the Kriesmen don't go too far.
Yeah, they have to literally restrain their soldiers from going psychotic.
No, like, they don't train. No, they're not psychotic. It's just the only thing that matters is bringing something back into the Imperium. The planet's a husk. Tyranids would have been nicer, but it's back, sir. You killed everything, including bacteria and the atmosphere, and cracked the planet open. But it's an Imperial planet again, sir. Why did you do this? We had ammo, sir. What do you mean? We had ammo left, sir. The traitors had to die. The water bears were traitors. Why? Because 10% of the population was. So everything else was traitors. Like, why do you guys?
That's what I love about the Death Corps Creek. They're insanely efficient. That's what I love about them. Like, that being psychotic. It's like 3, 4, 8, 10,000 of their guys die, and they're just like, it's just a Tuesday.
It's just ammo at that point.
Pretty much. Yeah, like they're hardcore refined trench warfare.
Yeah, they would show up in World War I and win that war in 2 weeks.
Well, of course they have advanced tech.
No. You give them the same tech, and they are just like, you want us to march into machine gun fire? Can we march into tank fire, sir? Fuck it, you have grenades. It'll work eventually. Just go die.
Because remember,
Oh yeah.
all right, we can drown them in blood.
Yes.
Yeah, unlike the French, like the Death Corps Krieg, they wouldn't just go marching. They'd have bayonets fixed, and they'd be charging, screaming, while shooting what little ammo they have left.
Yeah.
Now, wonder how terrifying they would be if they were led by Creed.
Creed in 40K lore has actually been offered command of a Krieg unit, and he was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not doing that."
But he's one of the brightest minds of the Imperium.
No, he was scared to do it. Like commissars dread an assignment to Krieg because they have to be the nice guy.
Creed is very nice. The thing he's done has been pretty dark.
No. Keep in mind, the mortality rate amongst commissars assigned to Kriegs is 10 times that of being assigned to Katachan units. And Katachan actively try to kill their commissars.
Every time they get assigned one, he just goes missing.
There at the commissars and go, "Sir, why are you a bitch? Don't want to walk into heavy bolter fire. Why are you a bitch? Oh, General Johnson died. He was walking. Why aren't you, sir?" Why did you kill your commissar? He ran, sir. Makes sense.
Why have you been promoted to commissar?
Oh man,
sir.
We the Katachan do not run. We just simply get more ammo.
No. We are Katachan. We don't run.
That's pansy talk. When the Kriegs run out of ammo, they pull out their tactical shovels.
Oh yeah, they pull out the e-tools and they start marching.
So yeah.
Oh yeah. I love
go.
all the videos where they have the Kriegs and just nailing people to death with those shitty little trench e-tools, man.
No. Kriegsmen go. We have bayonets and shovels, and we are outnumbered by corn demons. Forward march.
Just remember, the Emperor protects.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
They don't care. They know they will die. They don't care. They don't want the Emperor's protection. They
did try to revolt against the Imperium once.
Yeah.
500 years of thermonuclear trench civil war.
500 years of nuclear trench warfare. And then after they cleanse the fucking planet, they were like, "We're ready to fight once more. Just give us a regiment of troops. We have 30 armed and supplied. The factories to supply them. And to a man, they want to kill demons, sir. Why? We are Kriegsmen."
Oh yeah.
Congratulations, you've restored their loyalty, but now they need a new enemy.
Scarier than making ammo on Krieg. What is wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you, sir? Why are you talking traitor talk? Die for the Emperor. The Emperor protects. He has no need to. He has Krieg.
Oh God, yeah.
Did you know that's how every person reincarnates as a Kriegsman.
Oh yeah, quite literally. That's the one thing I like about them is they just look to every other guardsman and they basically just go, "Why are you not doing your duty? Are you a heretic?"
No, like a Krieg private stares at Cadian Colonel and goes, "Sir, why are you a bitch?" "What do you mean, son?" "I was in live fire training when I was 9. I could strip down a field. I could strip down Alaska, the most complicated one we have, before I could walk. It took you till you were 10, sir. Why are you a bitch?" "My planet broke before I broke. I broke my planet and they kept fighting. Why are you a bitch, sir?"
Oh yeah. Oh God, I love it. the one thing I love the hell out of.
It breaks 3,000 years before my grandparents even were a twinkle in their great-great-great-great-grandparents' eyes. What's wrong with you? Not a goddamn thing. The people more badass than Creasman are the Tanith first and only.
And hey, don't forget Sly Marbo.
Huh?
Don't forget Sly Marbo.
Yeah, well, yeah, no. Sly Marbo is the most badass person in the entire. He stirs.
The only thing I know about Sly Marbo is a whole bunch of
I have
screaming.
grenades. Huh?
The only thing I know about Sly Marbo is a bunch of screaming.
He's the equivalent of Chuck Norris in our universe.
If Chuck Norris, if Sly Marlboro challenged Chuck Norris to a fist fight and gave Chuck Norris a rifle, Chuck Norris would find an RPG to fire into his head. No. Sly Marlboro's response to see an entire Tau army was to go and get more explosives and then kill all of them by himself.
Nice.
No. He did a one-man ambush against the Tau army and came out on top.
Nice.
He has 33 of the Imperium's highest, he's 33 Space Marine exclusive awards. Marines go, we will go here and fight that army. Sly Marbo's there by himself. Yes, okay, we don't have to worry about there.
Please send us somewhere else.
You entire chapter, I know, but Marbo's there. That place is fine. We'll go kill that. That's coronate demons. Yes, we don't want to fight Marbo. Why? The dude killed a fucking Tau army by himself. Yeah.
Well, the reason why is you got into melee with him.
No, because he turned the mountains into an ambush by himself. He stared at them and said, I need more bombs, went back, got more bombs, realized they had moved, went, oh, they're going to go through a ravine in 3 days, booby trap the mountain, and then kill them all with a button. Killed everybody else with a goddamn knife. Because it's Sly Marbo. He would stare at Rambo and just stare at him, and Rambo would be like, yep, nope, I'm just going to cut my own throat. I'm done.
Nice.
No. I'm willing to bet that Colonel Strachan, a dude who does not feel fear, who's 300 years old just because the Imperium keeps rebuilding him because he is too useful to die, would stare at Marbo and go, yeah, not picking that fight. Why? Dude,
I don't think Marbo and Strachan want to have arm wrestle.
And then came back, threw the head at his commander, and during the here is your first, Emperor's medal, son, disappeared, and then when he killed another wall. It's like Marbo. The dude. The dude would scare a juicer.
So you're saying we need to drop him into the eye.
He would probably enjoy that. He would die. He would eventually die and not do too much damage, but he would just be just drop me inside of the eye with an entire freighter full of fucking munitions, and I will do a shit ton of damage.
Killing a demon in the warp will keep him dead.
Hell, I'm sure he could probably level an entire regiment of Corn Berserkers.
If anybody would actually make it through Slanash's defenses, it would be Marbo. He would just walk through them and go, I'm not tempted. Oh, you come to me with a sword? I have a knife. What's a knife? I stab you.
And then she spends a choice. Is it the Slash?
I poisoned a greater demon. The rest go, that looked painful. I don't want to go through that, and just walk away.
Little did you know. That's what happens when Korn decides to father.
No, the only reason that Marbo probably isn't a soldier for Korn is because Korn's too much of a bitch for Marbo.
What about
I
Kane?
think Korn's too impatient because,
Kane?
dude, the level of killing that like
Stay
keep
dead.
hearing everyone talking about that Marbo does, you got to do a lot of planning.
Well, he's
Yeah,
Kane.
like-
You literally, they killed him, and yet he keeps fighting.
Who?
Kane.
No, no. Keep in mind, Marbo killing an army of Tau, and they didn't give him like an Emperor medal for that because it was mundane for Marbo. Like his commanding officers are told, like, Marbo is being assigned to you. You need to right now before dude shows up, learn by heart this ceremony. That is the highest award the Imperium has. Yeah, he'll have 3 of those next week. Just learn it. It'll save you goddamn time.
All right. What's your thoughts on the new god you need coming out?
I have not. Is that the
It's
fifth
the
god?
new. It's the no. It is the new god of the Eldar.
Eldar?
Oh, I haven't heard about this.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm actually like, kind of out of date. I was about to.
Okay, basically,
I was saving up for a 40k army, and then I had to leave the solid, and then I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna want food.
well, let me see.
And then beer happened because they had sales on 18 packs of pub, and I was like, oh, fantastic! I'm not working. We're gonna have like 1.5 of these every goddamn day.
Well, the Eldar finally rediscovered the way to make their gods.
Interesting.
Yes, the thing is, it requires a massive amount of souls.
Yeah. Which they have also a limited supply of.
Yes, so they are currently using the Infinity Circuit and the many souls that flow through it to slowly but surely make a new god. You need the God of the Dead,
Interesting.
which they
Is
hope
this
to
the-
use as a weapon against Slanesh.
Ah, interesting.
Oh,
It's-
the best thing you could do to fight fucking Slanesh is just, be like, hey, Slanesh, 10th the Dark Angels. Oh, okay. I am powerless. What the fuck is going on?
Oh no, that's the thing. Slanesh, powerful as heck, yes, but she was only about as powerful as Cain the Bloody-Handed, the war god.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it was stated that when she first awakened, aka when she was at her most powerful, she was evenly matched with him.
Interesting.
When they first fought, it's when Khorne came along and kind of used him as a bludgeoning club against Slanesh.
Hysterical. So Korn can walk. He's not a complete paraplegic.
Hey,
Sorry.
at least he's not Abaddon. He keeps his arms on.
Sorry about that. Interwebs went, nope.
Abaddon the failure. They finally felt so bad for him. They're like, okay, here, just go destroy Cadia.
And then then it turns out no, he was
And
just
then the
testing their
Canadian still
defenses.
broke after the planet did.
And now like everybody has like a zillion Cadians, so it's basically like the Holocaust meme, where it's like
And
now we have more than we did before. What?
And this is the real big news that you guys may or may not have heard about, but the Silent King is back, finally.
Ah, I'd heard about that. Yeah.
I'm out of Warhammer stuff.
Oh, the Silent
Okay.
King. He was the king of the Necrons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crimes.
And he was also the one.
Who will fucking win?
Oh,
Crime.
Oh no! Here's the thing. He was the one who led the rebellion against the Catan right afterward and won.
No. Keep in mind, the Krons are the one people who could win. Who could win an attrition war against the Tyranids?
Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons why is their the metal they use. The Necrons can't devour. Well, not the Necrons. So you got Tyranids. They can't devour the metal.
Yeah, I
And-
figured that's what you meant. Yeah, that's the one thing that
Also,
allegedly they're saying is going to happen now that the Silent King's back.
Well, no, and also by current. Last time I checked with current lore, the Necrons outnumbered everybody else. Like, they outnumbered the Tyranid, the Orcs, and the Imperium combined, and still had more armies to, like, wake the fuck up. They just don't care. It's just march forward and slaughter. Why?
Well,
10011110001. The fuck does that mean? Death, murder. Whee!
I didn't know they had that many numbers. I thought that they rivaled the Tyranids. I didn't know that they had more than the Orcs and everyone else
one
combined.
of the things with them is they do have
most planets. Most planets have Necron armies buried beneath them. Like, if the Necrons ever awaken everything,
Yeah, you're thinking of two
they will
worlds.
slaughter everybody else in a matter of weeks. I mean,
Nice.
no. Keep in mind, like, a Necron fleet goes, we're going to this planet. They are there in a few seconds every time.
Not always. They can be defeated. A prime example was when they tried to invade Mars.
Yeah, like, they can be defeated, but at the same point in time, if the Krons had actually showed up with, a decent-sized army, Mars would have fallen in a matter of hours.
Not
Like,
really.
and the reason,
I don't know. I mean, the mechanic is it's a pretty hard lock on Mars. I mean, I think that would come down to if the Omniscia is actually a Catan or not.
No, that's the thing. They're trying to recover the shard that lies in Mars. That's the Catan shard of the Void Dragon.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, last I heard, it wasn't a shard; it was the actual god.
No one's really sure because it's iffy on whether or not he was shattered.
I mean, keep in mind, like, Cadia, beneath the surface of Cadia, there was a few trillion Kron soldiers, and when Cadia exploded, that didn't degrade their combat potential at all. Like, the Krons ruled the galaxy for a very long time. They were only beat down by everybody else going, either they go to sleep or we all die.
Well,
let's get them help from gods.
Well, no.
Even then, they still barely won.
The Catan were the ones who had gods. Well, not the Catan. The Necrons had the Catan. They were their gods.
Yeah, it was the Necrons got deceived by the Deceiver, whatever the hell they call them. They became the They went from Necrons to the
It's iffy on that one because, like, there's been the lore has changed from, like, they were, like, lied to the higher ups knew what was going to happen. They just didn't care. And by
they
the time
retconned that bit and took it back to they were lied to.
Yeah, and by the time
that's the one thing I don't like with Games Workshop is they're constantly changing lore and shit all the time because of this communism.
And then by the time that the average Necron person found out, they were like, okay, I'll lose some free will, but I'm not going to die when I'm 30. So, okay, it's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't have too much of a good lifespan living in that radioactive hellhole.
If you had an especially strong will, you could come back as a Necron Lord.
Or an immortal, or just a really smart warrior, or something else. Or I think the lore now is that the destroyers are just basically people who kept their will but went so far. Nihilist, meet you to go. You went way too far, my friend.
So though the Necrons were defeated, but it was an iffy situation. They were left broken after the war with the Catan when they betrayed them.
Well, no, it was they were fighting like 8 wars at once.
No, first was the war in heaven. All right, They declared war on the old ones. The thing is, they were losing the war with the old ones, so they got the help of the Catan. The Catan offered them knowledge of biotransference, which then gave them the edge, and they started to win the war.
Yeah.
And then they got betrayed by the Catan, so they killed the Catan.
No, the Catan were actually doing what they were doing. They were feeding on the life energies of the war. They feed on life energy.
Yeah, and the Kron people were like, it's worth it because the Catan at best kills somebody who's 50. If you're 30 and you're Kron, you're ancient, it's worth it. And then the original lore that it took the Elder, their god, just mass producing slave races. The only one that survived were the orcs, and that was just because the orcs
and the Elder.
fast. Yeah. No. Well, no. The Elder made the orcs just to be.
No, the Eldar were made by the old ones as well. They were active in the War of Heaven.
Yeah, they were both made by the old ones,
ones.
and then they eventually got to where they are now because of collapse. Like the orcs became weaker because they're supposed to literally be made to continuously fight, and then
later on after the war, and the Eldar became the dominant force within the galaxy. They defeated the orc war.
The orc Wa.
Yeah, they defeated the orc Wa because of their mastery of the war. They could literally deny the Wa.
Mm-hmm.
But
and the more you deny the Wa, the weaker it becomes.
Yeah, but denying the Wa was they barely managed to do it, beat the orcs down, but they couldn't, exterminate the orcs because, one orc inside of a day in a shady damp area can make 1,000 more orcs. So it was just more of, we deny it enough to kind of win this as we crack open planets.
Well, if you get the orcs to destroy themselves, then you don't have to fight them.
Plus,
I think that was the whole point of the web.
Well, like that in theory is a great option, but realistically, the orcs just go, "Ooh, good warrior who promised us war. He promised us Wa. Wa!" I mean, they're just basically they are just a messed up, roided out PCP Arnold if all he cared about was war.
And no, that's the thing.
And then one orc, given like a month, can make a new wall by himself and just walking around damp, shady, moist areas and be like, "Oops, spores, new orcs."
What is scary is when they develop a beast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he was a badass.
Because then they start getting smart again.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with orcs. Get efficient use of them. You've got to literally grind the absolute loving out of them. You've got to get billions of them.
During the war with the beast, the orcs actually sent an emissary to Terra. They sent an actual emissary to Terra asking for the unconditional surrender of humanity.
This part I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, dude. Like orcs, if orcs have time, they have like the only thing that could probably fight back against the Tyranids besides like demons, an army of just Kriegsmen and Catachan, preferably mixed, or Krons are orcs because orcs will just stare at Nids and go, as long as the planet holds, we hold. But the planet won't hold forever. We're on the planet. The planet will hold as long as we want.
They eat the planets.
That's the Steel Legion doesn't show up because Armageddon's troops spent like 500 years of war against the orcs, and their standard response is burn everything. Sir, we just burned this. Burn it again. Why? One spore might have lived. Burn it.
Oh yeah, that's why the sororitas always come in handy. They're always good with cleanup jobs.
Yeah.
Oh, we have played plenty of tabletops together.
Nice. I haven't got any tabletop with everything else that's been going on. Bullets have been more practical than English fine wares.
Right. At a certain point, you're just spending cash on ammo that you don't have to spend.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's Chicago. Becomes necessary.
No, like, trust me, like, at a certain point, you were just spending cash on ammo that you will never get back. You were just, I mean...
Hey, as Metro once taught us, fire ammunition is worth something.
It's worth something, but I mean, if my family is goddamn proof, at a certain point in time, you just run out of people to buy said ammo.
Either way. So, yeah. We've had a few games. One Dead Rain game I was in. I played a. Oh, he's gone. Oh, oof. Yeah, that's his wife probably yelling at him.
I'm here.
Nah, his wife's probably yelling, and he's coming back. Yep, he's here. He's just sitting down. Henrik. Damn it, take a seat. Yeah. See, he's a good guy. What, are you pleasantly surprised that you didn't run into an argumentative tangent?
Me? A bit, yeah. Actually, I am.
You should trust me more.
The last time you said that, I heard that, Vlad the Impaler would kill the homeless, so why aren't we?
That was Chris. That was Thunderpants.
Fine.
Still, the guy's response, maybe we shouldn't kill people, wholesale was, Vlad the Impaler. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Dracula is your goddamn, justification here?
It's yeah, he did some good things, but the things he did that were bad were kind of worse.
They drastically outweighed it. I'll be like, yes. Jihad.
Yeah, he did keep out the Ottomans.
The collateral damage? Not so goddamn much. It still has
He didn't really target his own people. He just loved to set examples.
Bullshit. He impaled anybody who he didn't like.
Which were mostly the Ottomans.
Anybody.
No. He was very loyal to the church when he converted.
Yeah.
In fact, the Pope said he was doing a good job.
We've had a Pope in my lifetime who was an actual Nazi, so
ex-Nazi, and it was only the card, and he required it to run a business.
But still, being a Pope until recently.
Have you seen what half of the popes did before? Originally, it was basically half the time just a family line issue.
Keep in mind, one of the best
speaking of Catholics, Henrik.
One of the best popes ever was required by treaty to basically end Catholic domination over half the known world. Even with the Swiss Guard going, we will fight to the bitter end, sir. Just look at what happened to 89 of us. He's like, well, yeah, you guys killed 3,000 men, but we're gonna lose that war. So yeah, break up fucking Europe.
Well, Swiss have always been pretty powerful in the medieval times.
After 1527, they really weren't. After the last stand, they lost a lot of fucking credit just because the Pope relied on, I will wage a war against you, and then, mercenaries stormed Rome and killed pretty much all of the Swiss Guard. The ones who lived were just you're too wounded to be a last stand, so get the Pope out.
But then they retook Rome and it was okay.
Yeah. It only takes a couple crucial defeats for someone to start losing power. It is what it is.
Keep in mind, out of 16 wars, Julius Caesar lost one, and that led to his death.
Yep.
Well, also because, I don't know, they viewed him as power hungry, which wasn't wrong, but...
It wasn't wrong, but if he hadn't lost that war, we'd be on fucking Pluto by now.
You say that like it's
possible. You never know.
What? Do you want all of us to be Roman?
I don't want to have an emperor that marries his horse and fucks his sister. That's a little strange for me.
Well, no. Let's be real. If Caesar had kept the throne and hadn't died, and actually his line had kept going on,
he would have inevitably become emperor himself.
Pretty okay. Come on. Hey, baby, you want that? Yeah, you smell it. You
Nah,
go find it.
He's talking to his dog.
not much of a Roman.
Of course, you're Irish or whatever.
Yeah, got a good portion of that Irish crowd.
You don't have good memories with the
I'm just saying that if Rome had kept power and had built a global empire, we would be much more advanced than we currently are.
Would you really want to see the equivalent of the Imperium?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I
No.
think that Rome would evolve into.
I will no. Actually, no. Like the Romans lived. Like if you okay, granted, if you were Roman, you had a pretty good life.
Well, there were plenty of ways to gain it.
If you were a subjected people, not so much. Well, yeah. No, it's not 10. I'm not going to feed you yet.
But at least they had a very simple and effective idea. Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, which is
just like Starship Troopers.
Which is something that we really shouldn't endorse, because that leads to a power block of elites, now granted not rich, but people who maintain power based off of that. And then it's the same thing like right now, that if cops can arrest you just for resisting arrest and no other charges, essentially we all have to basically agree that freedom is something we think we have, but we don't.
Yeah, we've got relative freedom. I mean, we'd have more freedom if people weren't so worried about the retard virus and all that shit. But fear turns people into morons. As does complacency.
If we're talking about COVID, I'm sorry, dude, but I've lost family to that. I've watched that shit not go through my exact work, but part of where I work, and just shut them down in like 2 days.
Well, yeah, of course they would shut it down. They don't want to spread.
No. In 2 days, like in the span of 2 days, they went from a positive test to 75% of the company is out. And it caused a minor food shortage in 4 states. I mean, the company that I work for right now is actually offering people hey, we'll pay for you to move to a different state, pay rent, give you a bonus if you go and work in this plant, because COVID hit there and we need new people. And they're like, nope.
Wow. I'd be taking that up. I mean, shit, I've had a handful of people where I work get the thing, and they've been just fine. And I have known other people who are older who've actually taken the bucket from it.
Ratio of basically no effects.
I mean, keep in mind, I'm 28 right now, and if I caught a bad case, if I caught, besides a moderate case of COVID, I'm a goner.
Well, that's also kind of when you do your
health history. If you're an old person and you catch it, chances are you're going to kick the bucket. I'm just looking at what they're doing with the states, and I'm just this is a political weapon. This isn't for public safety.
No fault of my own, just because of when I was a kid, good food wasn't really available in the house I lived in. I caught pneumonia a few times. Now, granted, smoking hasn't helped, but even if I didn't smoke, just a history of lungs not being great from just having pneumonia 4 times before I was 18, I'd be a goner. And the same point in time, my boss goes, "You walk 9 miles home every fucking day." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, well, that's what, 4 hours? I'm like, no, about 2. I mean, yeah.
Onyx.
And it's if I caught COVID, it would probably end me, or
at least put you out of commission for a good while.
Probably forever.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Is the virus
no.
real? Yes, it is. It very much is.
No,
We all know it's true.
I haven't had a lung problem or infection in like 6 years, but I still have like juice and scarring in my goddamn lungs.
Scarring lungs. Yeah, in that case, then it might kill you because if pneumonia give you a hard time, then virus will too.
No,
don't worry. Once we get more stem cell therapy, we can regenerate that cell.
It's I haven't had pneumonia in like 6 years, but I still have juice in my lungs because I've had it so much. Like the last time, the doctor was like, I don't know how you are alive. I don't know how you are breathing. Like the fact that you don't have a tube down your throat makes me think I have to go back to school.
Either that, or maybe God just won't let you die.
Or, and I'm really hoping here, I'm a goddamn night bane, and I have regeneration because otherwise I'm gonna die when I'm 40 from either my.
First of all, if you're Nightbane, that means we're set in the world of Nightbane, which also means we're set in the multiverse of Rifts, which means there is an actual God and he doesn't care.
Nice.
Well, like COVID is a real thing. I mean, it just is. Like at that point, if you're gonna deny COVID, you're denying.
We're not saying it's fake.
I'm not denying that it's an actual virus. I'm just saying that it's more of a political weapon than an actual super contagion.
I wouldn't say it can be used as a political weapon. Not wrong.
Very contagious. It does have a pretty high lethality rate.
We're actually among the lowest in the entire world.
And part of that is because, frankly, we don't know how many Americans have caught it. Us hearing 210,000 dead, and keep in mind that we have never once hit the minimum threshold of testing people to know exactly where it's at. But we know that at least 210,000, and then the CDC going, we know it's more, we just don't know how much more it is.
Well, remember when it first.
I don't know. I think the CDC is doing a whole lot of this.
As it stands right now, America counts for a fifth of the world's COVID deaths.
No. Remember, China probably has far worse, but they won't say shit because they're China.
Oh yeah, they're communists. They hide their numbers.
Not communist. It's just because they're China. They're corrupt.
Like the same point.
I mean, shit. You've seen the ass end of Mulan. They've got those concentration camps over there.
Well, yeah, and that's a problem I have with China. But at the same point in time, China could lose 200 million people, and for that country, it would be a net gain.
Yeah.
Once it's men, you'll be happy.
No. If their population went down, no matter who it was, that would be a net gain. That would.
Yeah, because they've got such an immeasurable population density.
Keep in mind, like the official amount of people who live in China is short by a few hundred million. Just because parents couldn't pay the fines to get their second child an ID.
Though they got rid of the one-child policy.
Yeah, and still, there are still kids being born that, the parents can't pay an American salary immediately to get the kid an ID. Like, China could lose 250 million people, and it would just, realistically, it would be a problem for a couple of years, but it would be a net gain for them. It would. It's just the way it is. I mean, they have so many people, and they don't have enough resources to supply everybody in a good way of life. You have people amongst them who are being fed but legally can't work just because their parents didn't have enough money to pay for their birth.
No, if only we can figure out how to open rift and send half of the population of China through to the other side.
And granted, so we take what,
All right.
3/4 of a billion people and drop them off in a desert.
We send through a rift.
And yeah, at that point in time, you're worst genocide humanity ever known.
But I'm not, though. Why? Because now we've conquered a new place.
Water.
Why
How
would
would
I?
they live without water?
Okay, first of all, it's proven that most rifts do go to worlds where there's plenty of magic, and magic produces life.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. So if we take them off of water, like if we take them off of Earth using rifts logic, and you move 7.5 billion people at the least,
Most worlds have the ability to support life. And where rifts will appear in the world of rifts, because that's how magic works.
And if a planet can support life, that doesn't mean it can support everybody. I mean, like, look at it right now. For a 20th of the Pentagon's budget, we could feed everybody, house them, clothe them, and give them health care. Yet, as a society, we still can't figure out how to make that fucking work on one fucking planet with the resources to make that shit work.
We live in a society.
Oh, the main problem is one, most of that egalitarian shit doesn't work. Two, people are lazy. Three,
Well, yes,
you got people that have issues
one
and
of
don't
the
want
main
to work.
problems
Or
is logistics.
well, yeah, that's the other thing.
Logistics.
You got logistics.
They can be fixed, but people won't fix it.
And just dealing with the main problem there, which is logistics. I mean, if everybody if most people on Earth, I'm talking like 52% said, you know what, well, let's just feed everybody. We don't care what we got to do. We could solve the problem. Like, we really could. It's just, we have people like Joe Jorgensen who are like, well, I'll give you legal weed. Isn't that enough to, you be okay with child labor? And she wonders why Americans don't want to vote for her.
Well, she's also a libertarian. Most people don't like hardcore libertarians.
Yeah, because
most of the damn libertarians, they basically go, okay, you're gonna call me racist, I'll surrender and do everything. Tread on.
Well, no, no. Like, when it comes to libertarian philosophy, name one problem that unregulated capitalism has ever fucking solved. Name one.
Well, there.
You want me to name one thing that
it can fix an economy. It can jumpstart an economy.
Our economy did better when we regulated capitalism. Objectively, it did.
Nah. Dude, when we got rid of the Federal Reserve, we had a booming economy. If we're to do the same thing and get rid of the bank in our modern times, we'd be doing much better than if you had communism in the same city.
Down with the
bring back robber barons. That's not going to help a thing at all.
Getting rid of the Federal Reserve doesn't automatically enable monopoly. It makes money without debt.
Getting back, taking away the Fed, I'll grant, it would cause some problems. But the long run, if you handle it right, would be a good thing. But on Joe's platform, she's basically advocating a return to what made Carnegie allowable.
Well, that's why we get to call them libertarians.
I don't care about Joe and the rest of these guys. The things that work is, one, if you're going to have food distribution and things of this matter, you need cold storage facilities. That's the main problem that all these sodomites and communist salad sisters ignore.
Yeah. All right, libertarianism can be useful because it makes things streamlined. You can use that as a tool to make a streamlined system.
It can be, and even as a socialist, I will acknowledge that you need a measure of libertarianism to make a society functional. I mean,
that's why mixed economies are the best.
Yeah, and granted, I do believe that a lot of people on the right are are abhorrent, but I don't think that the government should regulate what they can and can't say. Same point in time, however, just because the government says you can say it does not mean you are immune from social repercussions. You have to acknowledge that if you were saying something like black people should just bow down to the cops and we all should, then you are going to deal with a pushback, and you can't understand why. It's not my fault you're stupid there. It's really
Well,
not.
it's very much the same as physics. Every action is an equal and opposite reaction. That's why they also have the paradox of plenty.
And granted, like, I like Bernie Sanders, but he does have some ideas that I don't like.
Plus, he cut to the establishment.
Yeah, I'm not fond with Bernie Sanders whatsoever. Communism in disguise, communism in disguise, and that's my whole head to toe thing with him.
He's not.
He wants to be Che Guevara, the second coming.
He's not a communist. He's not.
I don't know. I'm pretty well convinced he's a communist.
Socialist, yes.
I hate to break it to you. You don't understand what communism is. Like, you don't.
Well, that depends on what kind of communism, because there's Marxism, Leninism, Maoism.
But still, like, unless we were talking like Das Kapital, the original things that Marx wrote.
He was a capitalist, yes.
Once upon a time, but Trump was once upon a time pro-choice. That doesn't mean he is now.
Well, it's not really himself personally.
Whether we're talking Lenin, Marx, Mao, Pol Pot, Che, the first Castro, the second Castro, or even going all the way into the Middle East where we got the Ba'athists and so on. All these things stem from the same source, and that's everyone going, the guy before me was a retard, so I'm going to try it, and then failing time and time again.
Stop for one moment. Do you think that workers should be allowed to talk to their boss and go, well, we want this or we won't work?
That's called unions.
Yep.
Congratulations, you agree with the core philosophy that Marx had.
Well, yes and no. What he wanted to do was have the entire company be owned by them. What we're fine with is having groups of the workers force to a minor degree that, hey, we want an improved environment, improved pay. All right, that's fine. But you don't get to own the company. You just get to benefit yourself slightly more.
I mean,
it's like having chips at a bargaining table.
My perfect view of a company is, like Costco or Winco or something that goes like, hey, like, our workers have a degree of power. We will hear them out. We will give them an ownership in the company, but still there are people they have to answer to. But as long as they're taken care of, does anybody really care? I won't say that the person throwing up the money and taking a substantial portion of the risk should be outruled because some kid whose first job it is thinks he shouldn't have to take a drug test before hopping on a fucking forklift.
He kind of should.
Like, he should. Like, he fucking should. Like, I am all for, like, I don't believe that any drugs should be legal. However, at the same point in time, I think that, if you do a bunch of PCP and murder a family, that's not my goddamn problem. You're going to fucking jail. I don't think you should be executed, but I think you need to have enough time to rehabilitate.
And spend some time with Bubba.
No.
It's what more often than not happens with prison. You go to rehabilitate, and instead you make a better criminal. It is what it is.
That's the problem that we have with prison. That's a major problem I have with Joe. And
that is specifically the private prison system.
In general. Well, no, like, I would say
federal prisons are a lot better funded.
I would say, and I apologize, but 8 out of 10 libertarians I have talked to think that the prison system could be better run if we injected more capitalism into it. Like, but that's not how it's supposed to fucking run.
Yeah.
You're not running a prison for profit. You're running it to make society better. There are
Oh, hey,
some
Mandy.
things that the private
Hey,
sector
Mandy.
should
Sorry to cut you off there, man.
Fortunately, Mandy.
I mean, yeah, it's like, for example, I don't think
You
we
can't see
should
me.
try
I'm
to
sitting
make,
in my car. I just got off of work.
like,
Oh, you're on the road right now?
Yes.
No, I'm sitting in my parking lot waiting for my coworker to get picked up.
Yes, unfortunately,
All
I
right.
do agree with you. Let's return the prisons back to federal and state control.
Federal and state control of prison.
I mean,
I don't know that.
an example of that. An example of that. Alaska. Alaska has purely state-run prisons. They have the lowest violence in their prison system. They have the lowest
Dude, it's
rate
Alaska. If you go outside of prison, you will die. Dude, they're colder than it is here. Are you kidding me?
No.
It's the perfect place for a prison because no one will leave, and they've got such a low population. What are they going to get incarcerated for? Fucking a polar bear? Come on, you got to be kidding me here.
Alaska has the highest rate of making any crime you can think of rehabilitated. Like, Alaska has a majority of child molesters go into their prison system, come out with and not do it again. Like, Alaska rehabilitates skinheads more often than they don't. I mean, granted, there are some draconian things involved with you're all basically inside of a pod except a couple of lifers who just don't care. You've got to deal with each other because, frankly, once you're out, you're going to have to do it. You get along. We're not going to stop you. We'll give you cigarettes. We'll handle your shit. We'll hear you out. Cause a riot, though. We're going to skip the rubber bullets and go to the real ones.
Well, remember, Alaska also has some of the least strict gun laws in the entire nation.
Yes.
Well, they should. They've got polar bears, they got wolves, and they've got the freezing cold, and they've got nothing better to do.
It's because of who
Like,
found it.
I mean,
the place is basically Russia with angrier people, and all
that's why we bought it from Russia.
grant that. But the same point in time, it's just like, if one of the most podunk places inside of America can run a functioning prison system, why can't the law and order types in, the South fucking manage to pull it off?
You know something amusing?
Oh,
Alaska's
there's so many reasons why. One,
Cash.
Florida. Two,
Hey!
Just
No one likes Florida.
Thank
Not
you,
even
Mandy.
Mandy lives there.
Florida.
I mean, it's
woman,
it's,
you know the insane
But I'm
shit
not
your
gonna
people
be
do in the
here
papers
after
all the time.
January.
I would love to see these people that he's talking about in Alaska handle the average Floridian.
dude, if you dropped off Florida man inside of fucking Oregon, you'd be like,
my
oh,
friend did go
fuck.
to a convenience store with an alligator.
Someone in Florida was sexually assaulted by a herd of manatees.
That
I mean,
doesn't surprise
my
me.
friend
No.
is a
My
Florida
state
man.
thought that half a kiloton of TNT would make a whale problem go away.
It does. It does, though.
No, it didn't. It just made it fucking worse because instead of poisoning off one part of a beach for the seagulls,
So what you're saying
one
is,
whale.
what you're
we
saying,
had to shut off a quarter of our beaches
so what
for
you're
a couple
saying
of
is
years
they didn't
because we
use enough.
fished the goddamn whale.
So what you're saying is they didn't use enough
Mandy, I couldn't hear you. You sound like you're far away.
because she's driving.
All right. Well, whatever you do, it's self-initiated.
Free stand.
No, I mean, I do believe in socialism to a certain degree, but I still do think that, if you run a company, you're putting up the cash, you're taking the risk, you should have a say. Same point in time, however, you got to understand that the people who are making you that money need to be taken care of.
Because you're putting risk in for all.
Yeah, and if you're not
that's
willing
why
to
it's
do
one of
that,
the systems that they do like in Chicago, despite the fact that the mob wound up cornering it, is labor union. You know, they work relatively well. The only thing is, you know, in the earlier part of the century, they decided they're going to turn it into a machine. So, you know, give and take. You know, that's why we had Mayor Daley. You know, he actually made a decent balance between the mob, the union, and the communists.
like,
You know,
my viewpoint on government being interfering in like commerce is basically make a level playing field, establish fines or penalties or whatever the fuck you want to do to make sure that any business who violates that is going to have to deal with a significant
risk,
and
that sounds fair enough.
Go from there. I think that it's I do like
what you want is the old version of U.S. capitalism, social capitalism.
Yes, I want us to go that yes, like I am perfectly fine paying taxes to feed somebody and house them. But I think if you want something besides a track phone or you want something besides the last gen game console, you're gonna have to work for that. I don't think you should have a shit life if you're disabled or if you just can't work. And hell, if you don't want to work, I'm fine feeding you. But if you don't want to work, then it's not my fault if your life's not great. I'll feed you and house you. I've done that before out of my own pocket a couple of times. But you don't get to tell me where I set the fucking AC to. I'm feeding you. I'm housing you. I'm paying the goddamn rent. I'm doing the shit. Blah blah blah. Like right now, I've had some problems between like changing jobs and injuries at work, but my landlord is also going like, I know you want to work. This isn't exactly your fault. Like the last time he went like, this was a good job. Like I had to sleep. How many times? Like how much do you see me sleeping? And he went Monday or Saturday. That's when you get like half your sleep. I'm like, can you blame me for what happened? He's like, nah, you worked a double basically the entire year, so I really can't. I'll talk to you. Now, granted, I'm gonna probably end up moving because when I'm down to like $2,100 a month, I don't want to pay $1,100 a month in fucking rent.
Oh yeah, been there, done that. Fuck all that shit. Yeah.
But my landlord has also said, like, you're one dude who has no problems. I don't mind giving a reference towards because I will say flat out, like, if there is a problem, he's going to fix it. He always has. Like the one thing I have had there is I don't know when he's going to fix it, but he's going to fix it. And then he'll give me a late fee and I'll turn it back because I trust him. He says if he's going to do something, it happens. He does it as quick as he possibly can. In fact, I've told him to keep money because I know I don't want him to not eat, and I don't want him to not enjoy the time off that he does have because the entire time I've known him, until he got this job right now, the dude really hasn't had free time. Most of his time has been paying me off or doing whatnot or trying to grab enough sleep and paying $50 a day to get to and from work just to get 4 hours of sleep. That is a short sleeper. It's just a quirk he has. But I've also seen the guy have an hour of sleep a night for 7 days in a fucking row and still go to work. But there came a point in time where he was like, if you're not gonna value me, fuck you, I'm not gonna be there.
Oh yeah, that's why I like where I work at. You know, I can usually find the head guy, like the regional manager. He's there fairly often, and I can nag at him for this and that. And it becomes fairly productive.
No, my current job, when I went in on Friday, it pissed off a lot of people because the boss walked up in front of me. Everybody said, do you want OT? I'm like, I would take it tomorrow, but I gotta watch dogs, so I really can't. He's like, that makes sense. Okay, who wants it? And someone went like, why are you gonna hand it off towards the tap? And he went like, came here from working 14 hours a day, eating around 60-pound bags all fucking night. You guys have a hard time putting cardboard through a fucking machine. And
Oh God.
and the fact that we normally don't train guys for fucking 3 weeks. And his first day I saw him being trained because his trainer knew he was coming back. Yeah, no, I don't want to lose him. Like the
one thing that annoys me is
my boss knows that my skill set is running pit, like forklifts and pallet jacks and OPs and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And his response is, yeah, make it 90 days and have a spot for that. You're gonna have it. I know you want to work. Hell,
cool.
The two problems a trainer has is the trainer doesn't get to work, and then you talk too much trying to figure out what the fuck your job is now. And I like all of that. You're amazing. Like, I now have more faith in this temp place because I got you. If you want OT, just tell me what fucking day, and if I have it, you've got it.
Yeah, I feel you. I think you and me are, for the most part, in a very similar work environment. Yeah, I've been working OT just about every day that I've worked. Like, I'll work from 2 in the afternoon until like 1 in the morning usually, until it hits.
I would
about
go in at 4:30 and leave at like 7 on an average day. I would like 4:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. average day.
Interesting. Not bad.
It's
a bit of a long haul, though.
Yeah, take a man's money, you're right for the brand. I mean, granted, I won't be quiet about. I told the VP of, you're fucking us right now. He's like, wait, what? I'm like, you are fucking us over right now. Like, we don't see our family. My engagement's on the goddamn line.
Oh yeah, we've had the same thing in my company too. Everyone's upset with the upper command in that for the same damn reason. It's like we're working us to death. We're tired all the time, and we have no life outside of work. And they want a pay raise.
With the pandemic became like a real problem. I was doing like 80, 90 hours a week, calling a day off almost every week.
Oh yeah.
No. There were days that, like, the company said, you guys can't crash inside of the break room, and the VP walked up and said, I want you here in like 5 hours. Just go to sleep inside of the break room. If someone wakes you up, have them call me. And the first time it fucking happened, like, the GM walked up and like, call E3. It's like, I'll do it right now. And he was like, Kelly, what's going on? And he went like, Addison's asleep inside the break room. And I heard, leave him the fuck alone if you value your job. Click. Like, he said click. And he went, oh, shit. And he went like, why? I was like, because by the time I got home, I would
You're fighting it again with the stutter, man. You all right there?
Yeah, it's dang. I've always had one, and then I've been smacked inside of the head. Like I had like 13 concussions. So
Jesus, well that'll do it.
But between that and a lot of fucking dope, my brain is not wired correctly no longer. Oh my God, what's your problem, Elvira? What's your problem? Why are you so hyper? What time is it?
Well, comically. Oh, I guess he went to go feed the dog. Alright, well, if anything, I'm going to go take a beer break, because we've actually been running for a little over 2 hours, and it's actually been fairly productive with him. I'll add him onto the guest list.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, he's not too bad. I mean, he's saner for most of the socialist people that I've talked to, which is why, like, I've initially been hard on with the asshole jokes and that, but he's taken it very well, and I like that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he hasn't, like, just, like, automatically seen the get up and just gotten psychotically disheveled.
Yeah. He's got an interest in history. He's a bit more, I wouldn't say tolerant, but hardy.
I like his hardiness, and I do like the fact I do like some of the different directions where it's going, where it's like socialism and these type of aspects and that, and it's like not really socialism, but you know, that's one of those things where I think like where he's going or where I'm going, it's like one of those things where it's probably same concept. We're just splitting a straw on it or something, or splitting a hair.
Like how to get there, that kind of stuff.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But I'm gonna go so I don't knock into a wall. I'm gonna step off camera, get the upper half of this off, and go get a beer.
Well, where'd he go,
If
though?
my goddamn neighbor's still playing the fucking tuba.
Did he tell you where he was going? Because I don't know.
Oh, I assumed he's gonna go feed the dog. He's talked to his dog. Oh, what time is it? What time is it? And I remember he was saying around 10. He was supposed to go feed the dog.
Yeah, it's 9:53 for me. We share the same time zone, California, Oregon, same time zone.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back in a little bit. I'm gonna go get a beer.
I have log. It's a Swedish drink, I think. It was not Icelandic. Oh, it's Scandinavian. No, it's Sweden. It's Sweden. Yeah, fine.
Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Not really. I have log.
You have what?
Log.
Log?
Log.
Log?
Glog.
What?
Glog.
What the hell is that?
Oh, it's a Swedish drink.
Oh, okay. I'd never heard of it.
Of course not. It is usually mixed with either water, red wine, vodka, or rum, according to taste.
Interesting.
Yes. It is basically a nice way to make sort of what's the word? Mulling. It's a mulling.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like making mulled wine.
All right. Well, I've got my legal mag here that doubles as a bottle opener. One eye though. Exactly. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Still kind of hurts a little bit with the wrist injury, but I'll live.
Were you ever really alive?
Oh, Luigi knew what the hell it was. He typed up to me Glog, Glog. Okay, sorry, that's news for me. It's like me telling people about Malort.
Well, GLO, it's that weird German O, the one with the 2 dots above it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Oh,
I am back.
I have Glog.
welcome back. You missed it. I took
What?
my legal Chi-Town AK mag here, and I used it as a bottle opener for a thing of Heineken.
How would you do that to an AK mag? They don't respond well to that.
It worked.
I am not revoking your gun nut card.
Oh, wait until I finish this one. I'll grab the other. I'll grab the prop mag for this thing. I'll pop it out of it, and I'll open the other bottle.
I'm gonna fly out to Chicago just to smack your ass now.
You'll make it halfway across the street before getting gunned down.
Really?
Because
Me?
Iraq.
Me.
Okay, fine. You'll make it 3/4 of the way.
Dude, these are meant to be durable. Okay.
Yes, they are meant to be durable, but I mean, keep in mind the entire reason that Israel put a bottle opener on their standard rifle was because AA mags don't function well as a bottle opener.
This one works just fine.
Until the magazine doesn't work, they still work after that. But then you fuck up the magazine, then it doesn't work.
It works. I've tried this one out several times. It works just fine.
If you're gonna do that, use a polymer mag.
Oh, I actually have one here. Let me show you. That's my other prop mag that I have. 1 second.
Like polymer, I'm okay with that because if it makes fantastic, that shit, that mag shit. But a metal mag,
well, yeah, that's why this
and defects and
Yeah, I got a funny story behind this mag. Luigi, you're probably going to get a kick out of this. Same with Fury if he's still here. I bought this because since this thing was completely disabled, this is technically not a rifle magazine for a Kalashnikov. This is technically an AK-style tactical bottle opener.
Question:
I kid you not.
Bothered to a question towards the guys inside of the chat. What's your opinion about me? Am I an okay or what? I haven't bothered to try to check. I don't even know how to do it. It's my first time on fucking Yard Stream. I'm like, if you guys like me, I'll show up more. I'm like, everything has to have a balance. So, and this is actually like my favorite conversation. Like we can agree to not agree, still have common grounds, and no one be like Durka Zeke Heil kill everybody who's not white. So I'm happy right now.
Well, I just so happen to have that costume on. Oh wait, this is the wrong pattern. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, no, well, not like.
I know I'm playing into it.
I like you. Like you'll listen, you'll hear other viewpoints, and you'll actually express your own, and talk about it versus going brainwashed. But Trump's dick like Cheeto with Hail Hitler.
Oh my God.
The saddest part of
I don't get that wild.
No. The saddest part about that statement is I've actually heard that before.
Oh, holy Christ.
Yeah. No, I have actually had someone go like, I know Trump doesn't care about me, and if he had enough, would kill me. But it's better than having somebody who's not conservative and I'm like, you do realize up to 2013, the dude was pro-choice, right? Fuck you, hail Trump. And then straight up Nazi salute. I'm like, holy fuck, you are.
Oh my God.
Stupid.
that dude does realize that Richard Spencer and company have abandoned Trump for a long time now. Have decided to go with Biden because they're like, hey, we can co-opt that guy. Let's take him.
Yeah,
We'll compete with that over him.
Like the most
shit, you not.
the most damning endorsement the most damning thing I've seen against Trump is like Richard Spencer going, yeah, no, Trump's not that great of a fucking candidate no more. And I'm like, holy shit.
Well, there is a reason for that. It's because we've started to see the rise of anti-Semitism amongst Democrats. Look at Cuomo.
Well, I mean, true,
Look
but
at goddamn Cuomo. He has been specifically targeting the Jewish community.
I've got a good story in regards to Cuomo.
I'll grant that, and like, yes, I voting for Biden, like a lot of what he does, I have significant problems with. But again, when I'm relating parts of the yes, everyone like, yeah, no, I'm conservative, I'm voting for the not a fascist. I'm gonna take the fast point of view on what was a fascist, especially with me, being ex-fascist. And just like Trump every single box besides incompetent. Enforce fucking dictatorship. Yeah.
He could have taken control the moment he gained the presidency. He can't. There is a law right now, which was passed by the psychopath we know as Bush Jr., and don't you deny he was a goddamn psychopath.
I will say Cheney, and Cheney made a lot of those choices. Like, I'm a lefty, and after Trump, I miss the W days. I really fucking do.
Bush Jr. put into law Executive Presidential Directive 51, the law which allows a president to gain control of the entire federal government.
And same point in time,
not too fond of Bush, man.
Yeah, like I'm not too fond of Bush. At the same point in time, when Jeb was asked about that, his response was that was basically we're invaded, and it was just to make things streamlined so we could effectively fight back. Granted, I'm not against that. Like I do realize that even with me valuing personal freedom above everything else. And my second option is do what is best for greater good. Some will be screwed over, but if you have the majority of people, you're doing the best you can. That law was kind of screwed up, but Debbie's response was that's a last-ditch thing, and if it comes to preserving your people or laying the fuck down for certain ideas, you can put them away for a couple of years. You really can. I mean,
nice, Mandi, you got your Florida flag.
I lefty, but I do agree with merit of service. I don't think that should be your emphasis, but I think everybody should do at least 2 years on improving their nation. I really do. Now, granted, you find out your temperament, what you're best suited for, and what would make you the happiest to do, and then after you do that, whether it's filing paperwork or being a social worker, bombing shit out of brown people we don't fucking like, I care. But
that's one of the reasons I didn't like Obama. He was the Obama.
And that I do like a lot of what Obama did, and I do understand the idea behind his program. Like I get it, you save American lives, but at a certain fucking point in time, you're just gunning down people that you don't even know who you're really gunning down at that
prime
point.
example.
That's the thing where it's like starts with good idea, then it gradually becomes a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, granted, like I'm a leftist, I believe that life is more than everything else, but I will know that occasionally got a bomb split and mercenaries have a place. They
Sounds like you're breaking up a
do.
little bit.
I'm smoking, so
He's outside.
Yeah. Okay, that's why it sounded funny in the background.
If it wasn't for tobacco, I'd be in prison by now.
I feel you.
Damn. Mandy, how you doing, sweetheart? How's everything going on in Florida over there?
Cold.
Hi, Mandy.
What do you mean cold? Come on.
Cold.
It's
You want
how?
cold?
It's how?
You want cold? You want cold?
I'm moving to Tennessee while it's in the middle of snowing, so I got to get used to the cold.
Degrees to me, walking home for 9 miles through warm weather.
I'm gonna be in Chicago, Illinois when it's snowing, so I gotta
It's
get
Illinois.
used to
It's not Illinois. Damn it, woman.
it. I know.
I'll
I'm
have
also
to see you
gonna
while
be-
you're here, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mandy.
Hi, Mandy.
I'm half asleep. I am exhausted. I have worked 56 hours this week.
Balls.
Pussy.
I deal with idiotic coworkers and idiotic customers. I make pizzas for a living.
Hey, should we tell her about my works? Like my schedule till like the 24th of last.
Long story short, Unfortunate here has had the unfortunate life of working in a warehouse, and he's been doing double shifts lately because his company's been fucking him hardcore.
Yeah, no. Until last month, I was a food warehouse that fed 4 states. Yeah.
At least you weren't in Florida.
No, the shortest we had during the entire pandemic with calling out 2 days was still like 63 hours.
Well,
Yeah. But it got me out of debt. It paid for fucking beer and transit to and from work.
I mean, I'm not
Currently,
complaining
beer.
because I was expecting to get my car legal and the tag and stuff where I'm not driving it illegally like I am. But anyways, that's another story. But if I can get it legal.
I'm sorry. Like I am a lefty. I believe in like government, doing a thing, but transportation, fuck it. Provided you don't have a you don't drive drunk. Drive where the fuck you.
Well, see, I do it anyways because where I live, it's such a small town and half of it is my kids' family. So I get away with a lot of shit that I really shouldn't be getting away with. I get pulled over.
I know that my hometown is a bar town in SoCal where I've actually had guys like stare at me like, kid looks to be 16. I know he's like 15. Why are you hassling him about having a 40 ounce? And the cops went, he's not a problem. However, you are calling like the Marine bouncer a fuck, N-word. So yeah, we're gonna fuck you up.
hey, you want to know the funny thing? Since you're in California over there, I can own double of what you can. I don't get to say that often.
I'm Oregon. I can buy a.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Yeah. No.
Hey, you can have more than me.
Yeah. No. I can buy a Barrett Light Steed at a gas station. I can tell you the gas station and the city that I can buy that in.
Dude, I still wish I could do that. I am so limited here. It's such horse shit.
Actually,
like, literally,
fun fact about California. They actually have some pretty lenient laws for gaining your gun rights.
So.
I mean, Florida is the same way. All you gotta do is pass a background check and take a 2-hour class.
No. California, you can like hospitalize like a 5250 in 5 years and buy a machine gun, provided the feds are okay with it. And California won't even tell them that happened. Because by California standards, you're okay. Like, they will restrict a lot of things, but if you apply for a PF like tax stamp, they will go like, oh, you haven't violated our laws, so yeah, stamp, you're good, bro.
Interesting.
Like California is weird. Like they will restrict a lot of things, but if you pay for the tax stamp, you haven't had a problem inside of their state laws. They really don't care. Like I grew up inside of a house with a fucking RPG, and the cops knew about it, and their response was, "We're gonna have 4 cars show up, and noise complaint, and tell your neighbors to not piss off that house because we can't save you at that point. We really can't.
We can recover the bodies, but that's all we can do.
No. If my childhood home had like engulfed in fire, the block would have finished.
Would have
No,
gone.
we had no. We had a half a ton of artillery powder
Can
in
y'all
my
still hear me?
garage.
Yes.
Yes, we can, man.
Yeah, say something,
All right.
Eddie.
My grandfather was born in Hawthorne, California, when California still adored guns.
Nice.
Back in the day, before Clinton.
No. I had a fully automatic AK. I had a Colt supporting my childhood in the rifle cases. I didn't have bed frames. I had them cases.
Nice.
When I was going to you're going to high school was a matched pair of Colt government issue 380s, nickel plated with serial numbers 1 off, like consecutive serial. Guns are mean. Hail a two. Government's using both hands.
Nice. Well, I could hold 2 of these in 2 hands, but I only have 1, and I don't want to drop anything with this hand here because I still got the arm brace on. I don't want to break anything.
I have nerve in both arms. No, I have a
like
tendon in my right arm, and then my left arm, which it can vouch for. I have a degree burns down to the muscle, so I can. On the good days, I can't feel my limb.
Ugh, fuck that.
And unfortunately, the money to get any of that damage repaired is too expensive for him.
Yeah,
well,
I feel you there.
Yeah,
That's why I'm just doing that.
I don't have like extra pay for like stem cell shit. So.
Yeah. But there is a funny thing, though. Coming this election season in the state of Illinois, they're trying to put an assault weapons ban in. So the actual one of these that I have, not the actual prop gun, I might wind up having to either convert into a pistol so that I can legally own it, or
there's a problem I
take
have
outside
there.
the thing.
Like, I'm not against. Like I'm not. Like I'm against banning what everybody calls assault rifle. And let's be real, everybody knows what they mean there. You're gonna split hairs at that point in time. I really don't trust you with an assault rifle because you don't know what the fuck that means. I don't trust you with something sharper than a goddamn brand. I really don't. We know what the fuck it means. We know what the fuck it is. And if you're like, it's my automatic gas power remotely self-cleaning thing that I gotta once and got it, one that shoots ammo designed to punch through most body armor made in 1980, then blah blah blah. Like, oh my, yeah, no, I don't trust you with that. I really don't.
It actually makes me think. What I think would be the most amusing thing after the apocalypse, all right? I get a bunch of Roombas, all right, and a bunch of Claymores, and just put 1 on each of them.
Yeah. Like, I am fine. I am fine if people pass background checks and pay the stamp, and at least the county sheriff knows what the fuck you have. Own a goddamn claim. I'm cool with that.
I'm fine with that. I am so far to let Republicans go like, you don't believe in gun control? I'm like, no, I do, but if I can trust you with RPG, I don't understand why you didn't have an RPG with heat rockets. I really don't. You want a machine gun? Tell the sheriff. Mainly that if a crime happens, what kind of gun they can rule out or find out who it was fake, or more importantly, if they need that machine gun, they can call you up. And if you want to go like, I want to protect people and like defend against tyranny, then you shouldn't have a problem. You really goddamn shouldn't. Because let's be frank, with the amount of guns inside America right now, all 6 current service members could not disarm America without, launching an internal war requiring everybody. They couldn't. There are more guns than people inside of fucking America. You can't take that away.
You say
that. That's why General Yamamoto's quote is still ringing true to this day.
Yeah.
For every blade of grass, a rifle.
There will be a gun. Yes, and I want people to arm, but at the same point in time, you're so paranoid that people are gonna take your guns and have to go to church with an AR-15 and go to bank with a fucking Sega 12.
Oh man, that is one of the rifles I would like to have, because as far as I know, with their assault weapon ban thing that they're going to supposedly put through come November, that apparently will be off list because it's shotgun and non-assault weapon. So that's one of those things where it's like I'm sitting here please don't fuck me on this, because if I got it, I'll literally take the lobster and I'll go trade the damn thing for a Sega.
My stance on control laws, I do think that the state should be able to establish some law on what we will and won't endorse. But I do think the feds should be able to go hey, provided you can prove that they most likely trust you, and hell, we don't have to know, but the county sheriff has to know that you have this, I don't really care.
And if it's something overkill, like you're joking, or like a machine gun or an RPG or something that, you're sitting there with RPG, RPA law, stuff like that. That I'd be fine with. Hey, have the sheriff tap me on the shoulder.
If you want to have a saw, I do think you need to at least tell the sheriff that you have that, because it's a goddamn saw. If you can afford to buy a saw, you can afford to buy the bolts. You can afford to, call them by look like a paintball wall.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. A saw would be pretty useful over here. That'd be a very good drive-by deterrent.
Yeah.
The thing is, any sort of restriction,
and that the state is a problem with. I'm at a point that I do think that maybe 300 years ago, gun control might have been maybe a workable idea, but at the same point in time, again, I have people in my family or SS were still going, this is going crazy. And not to mention, I do think Americans should be armed. I think Americans should be hey, you are almost old enough to vote. Here's basic training. Here's a rifle. Here's some ammo. Spend the next 2 years after you can vote, doing some drills or some mandatory service, but the rifle's goddamn yours. Hell, here's a plate carrier, fucking plates. Do that. I do think that the people should have the right to, and the power is there at Fed and go, no, we're not doing that. The problem I have right now is the people who have the power to do that are also the same kind of people that think that I should vote because occasionally I like to have a cram down my gut. And then we, on top of my face, off of that, me being, and then most Americans like,
If only you
why
were
are you even here?
come
I
back
don't
to
know.
the true faith.
No,
I like the concept of being able to serve and then after serving being able to like keep your equipment from serving. I like that idea.
I am fine with that. Like, I do believe if you serve, you should have your armor, your rifle, at least just provided every year a standard compound.
I know Switzerland.
Yeah, I mean, regular soldiers
All
don't
that.
go off and do this psychotic nonsense. That's the one thing you got to take into consideration because discipline makes
I know that. Like, I mean, like I didn't go to war, but I went through that kind of training. Like I get that most people who are willing to lay down their lives for their nation and their countrymen to help people out. It's the people who just want to kill folks that I have a problem with because.
Oh, yeah, I agree. That's why, like, as far as like mental checks and general background checks, I'm fine with that. It's just don't make me sign into a goddamn registry just because I want one of these damn.
I mean, like
in a crime-ridden city like this, one of these is very handy.
My idea of I have a conflicting viewpoint. Like, if your state wants,
you do because you're confusing the shit out of me.
For me, like a Fed view on like the Fed guys, like provided somebody knows that you have an RPG, like you have an RPG, we're okay. If the sheriff's cool, we're cool. Like if we know you're not gonna bomb a Dairy Queen.
So what you're saying is, if my, say, local sheriff was completely fine with me having a fully functional tank, you would be fine with me having a fully functional tank.
The tank, I would want the Fed boys to make sure that you're not going to run down City Hall, or at least be reasonably sure. But
okay, first of all, you do know that, say, LA City Hall does need to obviously have someone say, "Hey, calm the hell down."
Oh God! Does everyone here know the story of Marvin Heemeyer?
It's been a long time, but it rings a bell.
All right, Divinity, Mandi, have either of you heard the story of Marvin Heemeyer?
Who?
Give me 1 second. I have to go from my computer to my phone. My headphones are currently.
You mean the Killdozer?
Yes, Killdozer guy. Yes, Marvin Heemeyer. Yeah, like since he brought up tanks and that, I think I figured I'd segment to that, and then I got a hold of Scoop. He was passing out for the night because the wife has been bothering the shit out of him, so he's been he's gonna have to come on next stream. Though the story that I did have saved for him, he wanted me to give to Mandi. So Mandi, later on when we get done with the Killdozer talk, I'm gonna give you the Governor Cuomo story. This is some funny shit.
Hey,
I wouldn't say it's funny.
Wait, you want to?
Cuomo's an actual
okay.
He's not funny.
Actually, can I ask?
I'll send him your regards, Mandi.
One thing.
Yeah.
I now have a feeling that I am like when I can, I hop on the stream guy, right? Like I'm the little boy that you want to have here because I'm not stupid.
Well, sometimes.
Oh, fuck
I
you.
mean,
You would, but I'm not interested.
we're all stupid every now and then.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm always sitting here with a prop rifle and three different magazines over here that are all pretty much prop except for the one. The one's perfectly, legal for the city limits. And that. Just sitting here cracking open beers and drinking while I'm in a Bundeswehr get up with an eye patch on.
Hey, So I just,
Bro,
I just realized
I
you
don't
changed
care.
two of your flags.
Yes, I did.
Unfortunately, it's seen a lot worse.
Yeah,
I
got the Culpepper Minuteman flag from InfoWars when I ordered my my collector's edition T-shirt, and I got my Trump 2020 no bullshit flag when I went to the gun show in Indiana. I had to have it.
Mandi and the guys inside of the chat. I am this right now, but I so far goddamn that Henry go, bro, calm down.
Just make him take a few more steps, and he'll turn back to, and he'll go back to the right.
Well, no, it's there are things I agree with Iran. Like people should be armed. They should be. However, there are some people that depend on your standard that include me that should not be armed, and I'm okay with. Like there are some people that just should not have a gun. Like no one can argue with that. Like, let's just
You got your certain crazies and the like. I get you. Yeah, when you've got people like that where that's mentally unstable, unstable, then it's like, yeah, we don't want to give an unstable person an unstable weapon.
And like I'm of the point of view like, hey, like you can be bipolar or insert thing here, but provided you can function and prove you can, either meds or like therapy or just calming down, have a problem with you having a gun. If you think Martians want to kill Napoleon, you shouldn't have a gun. Same point in time, if you think if you are completely sure that Obama's like masturbating with orphan blood, I really don't want you to have a gun because you are so detached from reality without proving that goddamn point.
And then it turns out
I don't trust these fucking people.
And then it turns out in 40 years we discovered that Napoleon was the last person from Venus, and it turns out the Martians were really trying to kill him.
And granted, at that point in time, I would eat fucking crow.
I don't know, man. I mean, David, I can make some good arguments sometimes.
Not really. I will say that I do like to watch, InfoWars, just because of the fucking lulls, and then just the I don't want your money. Here's a 15-minute intro fucking commercial. Buy my super male vitality. It'll become a gallon every shot. But
that's the thing. I mean, if you really think about it, he's not serious about anything he says, really. I really don't think
he can say that. He can say that, but his career has been based off of what he says and
I don't know, man. I mean, he did get President Trump elected, so I think he's doing a couple things right.
Sorta, but
he helped bail out. He did definitely help bail out Roger Stone, man. I mean, I'm just saying.
I will say one thing: if you manage to make Mad Dog Mattis not want to be a Marine, and manage to make Mueller, like the Republican dream, going like, I don't want to fucking serve more, you're fucking something up, especially as a Republican. I mean, keep in mind, Mueller is in the Marine Hall of Fame as an Army Ranger. This is a guy who, with a degree and a good life in front of him, volunteered to be a combat officer multiple times in Vietnam and refused jobs that did not involve combat every fucking time. Hell, Mueller went like, I personally don't agree with the Patriot Act, but legally I have to enforce it as the FBI director at the time.
Oh, just following orders. I remember
Well,
someone else said that.
no. And his rationale behind it makes sense. Like, the laws were there. The Patriot Act just forced further laws. And he did not, he could not, in his job, not follow those orders. A good chunk of that was I would rather be the person overseeing what happened to preserve freedom than some random guy having power who's been lost. Like, I mean,
I don't think the Patriot Act in general. I'm like
either.
this Mueller.
I don't either, but it came down to fucking Mueller or some random guy enforcing it. I would take Mueller. Like, he said flat out, like, freedom has to reign, and don't make me do my job, fucking please. And that's the kind of play I want enforcing law is. I will do my job. I will enforce law. Just don't make me. And I will find either the most just or the most merciful thing towards you, because that's what America should be. Like, Mueller is a right-wing fucking wet dream, and the fact that he is now being called a leftist stooge confuses me, because I want him in my camp. I really don't want Mueller in my camp, but apparently he's now in my camp, and that pissing me off.
I don't know. It kind of reminds me of the same story as John McCain. But if anything,
McCain has decided he will stick with Trump for the moment. He doesn't appear to plan for re-election.
John McCain shouldn't go for a re-election. That's my opinion. If guys should just fucking retire and call it a day. Bush and his politics are downhill, so McCain following suit is not a good idea. The same with Cheney and the rest. Yeah, but I'm probably going to wrap it up in about 30 minutes or so, but I did promise Mandi that I'd give her this story because Scoop wanted me to. I did want to go and talk about this because it was just funny as hell. Scoop wanted me to pass along to Mandi, but apparently, since Cuomo is oh so loved by his people of New York, they've decided to follow the example of George Floyd and have multiple funerals for him.
That's a problem I have. Like, George Floyd, like, great, wasn't the world's best person, but
it was the reason why a heart attack. Yes,
according to the shit you cited,
I cited he had no lethal injuries.
Okay, so can I come out to Modesto right now and put a knee on your neck for 8.5 fucking minutes?
Calm down.
And it's
calm down.
36 fucking seconds, and just see how you pull through with me trying to calm you down by force.
As we saw by everything, including the full videos. He was already high. He died of a heart attack. I'm sorry.
No, and by the autopsy, he had less things in his system.
His body was recovering
than I would after waking up and still coming down.
His body was already recovering from a previous high. Yeah. He had a new drug in his system.
Dude had heart issues, had a whole bunch of fentanyl because he didn't want to get arrested for it, and
he also had a heart disease. He was recovering from COVID.
I'm rank right here. If you want to pull a rug inside of the goddamn fucking system, I have had a knee on neck.
He had heart
down.
disease. He was recovering from COVID.
And I have a heart condition.
No.
That's not going to kill you. It's not.
Okay.
I'm only able to make out like half of what you're saying.
So,
No,
okay. You're going to explain what we know, right?
Your logic and Div's train of thought, I should have died well before Div ever fucking.
Maybe God just doesn't want you to die. Did you ever think about that?
I would require Yahweh exist, which.
Do you have any proof against?
The Bible.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Mandy,
do you wanna go read through this? Well, the two of them are arguing about Floyd.
No,
Yeah, if you send me the link, I'll look at it.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
I will too. I will too. I'm willing to be proven wrong. That is a thing that I have to admit that I am open to, but you can't go hey, drugs cause this when I've done enough drugs inside of a week to kill a fucking town. Ugh.
I don't know. It seemed to be a compounded series of problems, and then the media decided, ooh, dead body, let's use it as a political weapon. And then everyone started trying.
Let's talk about diabetes. Diabetes itself really doesn't kill anybody inside America. However,
but you can't use diabetes as a political weapon against people because everybody is diabetic.
Yeah. But same point in time, if I really wanted to, I could put my knee on your neck. You would be a gunner in a cup fucking, no matter what you had, just...
Oh, yeah, if you hit that artery, yeah. I mean, that's the main thing. The dude has to be put on the ground, and the idiot put his knee on his neck. One bad idea with another.
No, just to restrain you and doing everything I know to keep you alive. After a fucking minute, you're a goner. You just are. And if you do come back, you're saying, derp, 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 I like chocolate milk. There's just brain damage at that point. There is. I've had to recover from shit like that. It's not fun. And now, I won't say that the drugs in Floyd's system didn't assist him going away, but the crux of the point was he wasn't getting air, at least not enough to keep him breathing enough. And then by this point in time, everybody knows that the entire thing caused by him saying he got a counterfeit bill that now was real. The cops acted out of hand. They really did.
I don't know. Mandy, did you get the article?
Yeah, I'm about to read it right now.
Okay, just let me know whenever you're ready.
All right.
I was checking in with a friend of mine. Cops were at their house earlier. Sorry.
All right, it's all good. Your buddy all right?
Yeah, it's all good on my front too. I mean, I will say, right now, 13, 12, all cops have bashed me, including my cousin. And Brian, if you're watching this, explain your goddamn self. You're supposed to protect fucking freedom. Why don't you?
I don't know. I don't go with the whole defund the police thing because if you defund the police, you basically have me and the whole rest of this neighborhood holding a trench line against our neighbors, butchering them like the Chechens in the Battle of Gaza.
Defund the police means. Now, granted,
defund. What is
I will admit.
What is the definition of defund?
Defund the police is we want Maoism because we suck Baba Vakian's dick, so get rid of your cops and rape your children. Communism now.
Calm down.
That's the whole defund the police.
Can I finish?
More Mao, more blood.
Calm down.
Can I speak on this?
Please.
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
I'm a fool. I back the blue 100%. Yeah, there are some sour apples in the bunch. Yeah, they are trained just like everyone else, but defunding is taking money away. Taking money away means cutting tons of husbands and wives and mothers and fathers their paychecks. That means they're lowering the amount of police that are on the force.
Did you know
Where I live at,
in
there
New
is
York?
20 police officers on the force. If they were to defund it, it'd be less than that.
Yes, and
What's going to happen if somebody robs somebody? Okay, I'm at work and somebody comes to my job and robs me at gunpoint.
Mandy, in that town's case, that, like, I mean, I am all for, like, defund the cop, and I will grant that is the wrong term. Like, that term happened, and it was not what should have been said. In the case of yours, you have 20 cops to handle 3 shifts. Keep the cash free, like, allow them to
What about New
do
York?
their job.
What about New York? Thousands of people. 100,000.
Hey, Div, can I, as the token, explain what that meant to actually mean right now?
Let me grab my book.
It's more meant of maybe people with AR-15s and body and shotguns shouldn't show up to a wellness check, because I've had that happen to me where I'm depressed and I've had access to defend myself, and I open the door and all I see is a gun in my face, and my first thought is, I need to defend myself. Like, I don't see the back, I just see a barrel point directly into my eyeball and go, holy shit, fight or flight. Cops should not listen to you're having a bad day. They shouldn't. They need to be called up, then allow that. However, the funding that is meant to people in mental health crises should apply to people who are more capable of handling it, with the cops being called up they need to be.
So great. You have
more like reform than fun.
You have an insane guy. You have an insane methed up idiot with a knife. Congratulations. You now have a dead.
And congratulations if dude is fucking hooked up on meth and has slept in 5 days, then yes.
But that's a mental issue.
Cops involved at that point, because frankly a social worker can't handle that. But if somebody's depressed, a dude should show up with an AR-15. I think we can all agree with that point. There needs to be an escalation force going from, hey, please come. Please come. We can handle that. We can, can compel you. We need to come. And if he starts presenting danger, then yes, have a squad car show up and have that, use a force to allow him to have help. But the first response should not be a guy who views taser as oh shit, I'm on camera, can't shoot the guy.
Well, more often than not, the police aren't going to use excessive or lethal force. These are cases that the news is going to blow out of proportion. People are going to take political advantage of. And when you don't have people that are properly trained and shit goes south, it just happens. I mean, that's the thing.
Police don't train police in that way. Police train everybody to be viewed as a threat. And I don't really have too much of a problem. I don't. I think police should train to respond to threatening scenarios. Like, a problem I have with SWAT teams is Columbine. The SWAT team did move in until, hours after this just killed himself, and an hour after people bled to death when it was perfectly safe. Because it was a danger to the men, wearing fully automatic AR-15s and fucking body. However, if you can respond in a softer way, at first, you should do that. However, if the people who now have that funding with just the cops have funding that they need to respond to crime and handle that, and having off their plates of evictions, health things, stuff that can be handled with a social doing it. I'm all for that. I'm also for cops having a cash, if calls the cops or calls 911 because it's beating her and the social worker can't let. And yeah, have one or two dudes show up and body carrying guns like you're going to leave your wife alone or we're going to have a problem. Do you want that to happen? I don't think our response should be a dude who is his meds, trying to adjust to hearing voices with some random substance, response being showing up and pointing rifles at his goddamn face, because let's be realistic, it doesn't help anybody. Not him, not the committee, not the cops. It doesn't help anybody. We should stop responding to anything with just in response of you're going to do this or you're going to be hurt.
Seem a little long-winded, but I think I get where you're going with it.
Yeah.
First thing, information is the art of war. If you have bad information, there's not much you can do, whether the person's unstable or medically unfit or whatever it is. Two, Columbine being the situation it was a failure of the school and their social programs, and in general, they didn't get, number one, the information out in time, and that, and as far as the cops go, they dropped the ball.
That's not this is actually true. Like,
it's going to happen.
No. SWAT teams were invented in home county during my mother's teenage years. The multiple SWAT teams assigned to Columbine didn't move in until 4 hours after the shooter shot themselves, and multiple people let out from wounds. And I'm gonna say it right now: if you want to play soldier, you gotta take risks. Like, if you want to be on a SWAT team and you're on a SWAT team, your safety should not matter. If you want to play a fucking soldier, yeet yourself into the goddamn
that's
fire.
the distinct difference between the two.
Solve it.
You're SWAT, which means you're police, despite being heavily equipped, and you have to follow the orders of the governor or whomever in the area that tells you do or do not.
In Columbine,
and they drop the ball, then
just using Columbine as an example. The reason SWAT did not go in was going in was a dangerous SWAT, ignoring the fact that, as far as they were active shooters with automatic, with some machine gun and automatic rifles active in campus. And SWAT's response was, well, it's dangerous, so should we go in? And we're all just supposed to expect, high schools with a backpack less of a.
It'd be a lot easier if they would, instead of doing the rest of these stupid things, if they do something
with automatic rifle in class 4 body armor. If you want to defend that, then I'm sorry, you're just objectively fucking wrong. You really are. If you're gonna tell high schoolers, freshmen,
that's not even the concept.
What I'm gonna tell you is,
members.
One,
at that
let
point,
the teachers
just
be able to be armed, because if SWAT isn't going to do anything because of the endangerment of the situation, remove it entirely.
If SWAT won't do a goddamn thing, why have them? Disband them right now. You for that.
Okay, let's go.
What happens is the teachers wind up being armed, like how they are in Israel, and then the problem itself is removed. The thing is, you're looking to the state for a solution when you should look at the individual.
I'm saying we need to have SWAT. I'm saying if you are part of SWAT, your safety should not be concerned. You have taken that job. You have volunteered for that job to put your life in danger, potentially save somebody else's. If you're not cool with that, if your response to hearing a school shooting is happening, not kick down that door, start tossing flashbang, just taking out that, then you deserve that respect. You don't you don't deserve that prestige. And if you're going to defend them, are like, well, we're in danger wearing body armor, freshmen weren't, then I'm going to say flat out, you're a horrible fucking person. And you defend that because you're saying unarmed and unarmored people were in less danger than SWAT.
A few streams ago, we addressed the same problem, and once again, I think you're looking more so to the state than the individual for a solution. There were a set of robbers who were covered head to toe in homemade Kevlar armor, and they had fully automatic weapons. And the only way the police were able to stop them.
Do you have armor? Henrik, do you have? Okay, you have armor.
Yes, I do.
Rifles.
What about Killdozer?
Yeah, and I will continue finishing my point. The thing was, the police could not stop these guys because they had head-to-toe homemade Kevlar armor that was resistant to their munitions. So what they had to do in order to stop them was they actually went to a gun store and they actually bought weapons and ammunition to pierce that armor in order to stop them. You know, the police as well as the citizens have to adapt to the criminals. You can try and regulate the hell out of anything, but the black market's always going to provide.
He's muted himself. Probably talking with his roommate or dog.
Okay. Oh, there we go. He's switching over.
So you are saying that cops with armor equivalent of what I train with guns the exact same, were in more danger than high schoolers. Like, I mean,
well, yeah, you've got like you're arguing yourself. You've got people that are untrained with fully automatic weapons, and they're unpredictable, and you've got civilians in the area.
So SWAT is untrained on handling that kind of gear, ignoring the fact that universally SWAT teams spend half of their funding on just training. Mm-hmm. And I went through like 12 weeks, and they are required to spend 3 times that in training, but they couldn't handle Columbine.
Damn it, unfortunately. It's like you just got kicked out of the Van Halen concert.
Huh? However, hey, Dave, quiet. However, I am willing to bet dollars to fucking donuts or my own, or, you know, cutting my own arm and blood spilling, that if Henrik saw a shooting going on, he would try to stop it, even without armor. But he wants to excuse guys who could go in with armor, with overwhelming superior firepower, to end a threat, going, well, it's kind of dangerous towards them, so, you know, freshmen just have to deal with the threat until it's safe for the guys in class 4 body armor to handle the problem 4 hours after the problem's been solved by a gunshot to the shooter's head. Like, if you're gonna be SWAT, your first response should just be blowing down the door. I mean, like, my cousin's part of SWAT. That's his viewpoint. And he knows that I view all cops are bastards, including him. And his response towards that is, I need to make my cousin proud. And frankly, Brian's done that. Like, Brian and his team, every time they're called in, they find out what's going on. They spend a few minutes figuring out what the fuck to do, and they solve the goddamn problem, because that's their fucking job. They have the tools, they have the training, they have the gear, they have everything to do that, and they go like, and
well, that's good for their municipality, but the thing is, not all the municipalities, locales, counties, and so on are the same way. And in general, if people wind up giving a stand-down order, there's not much else they can do. I mean,
fantastic.
My CDK almost gave a stand-down order during the riot, dude.
Can you tell me one time somebody with pretty much military training, military-grade body armor, rifles and flashbangs and CS and fragmentation is going to be trumped by a couple of dudes who want to cause a problem in a fucking post office or a school or an office building floor.
The situation I mentioned beforehand where the guys had homemade body armor and fully automatic weapons.
Example, Waco.
That one exactly, because the police had all of that equipment and it wasn't working because these guys were head to toe in full custom-made body armor, and they had to literally get borderline anti-material weapons to take your asses down.
Are we talking the
I actually do have a good example of that situation. The Waco event.
Wait. Are we talking about the Hollywood shootout?
Not the Hollywood one, the actual one.
No, it wasn't in Hollywood.
The actual Hollywood bank robbery that the SWAT team backed off and let street cops handle that? Because that is a textbook example of why SWAT teams should not exist. Because that was the main reason for them to exist. There were 3 there, and they did not a goddamn thing and let beat cops handle the entire fucking problem.
I finish explaining. The Waco cult. The Waco cult event.
And yes,
Waco.
And Waco is actually more of an example of
that was
surprise not being a goddamn thing. Like, the Branch Davidians were warned before the feds showed up. Like, they just were. That's reality. I don't
well armed
mean to break reality to you, but they were warned.
Yeah. So what? When you go and rob a bank, you're going to expect for people to come, aren't you?
Yes, and if a bank's being robbed and I'm inside of the bank, I want a SWAT team who will do their goddamn job versus going, well, it's dangerous because they have guns, but the people who aren't armed, fuck it, they're okay. Blah.
You know what solves this problem? It's not making a better SWAT team. It's just having more general armed citizens.
Well, look at the church.
Same as Yamamoto said. For every blade of grass, a rifle. If SWAT can't jeopardize themselves because they get a stand-down order, or they don't have proper tactics or whatever, people inside can just give them the tactical opening they need.
And I have agreed that people should be armed. I will say the time I am so far left. I have kept my guns. I think people should be armed.
Okay, so let's arm every mentally healthy adult.
Yes, I am okay with that.
You'll never have a messenger again.
If you are okay to own a gun, I think you should have one. I really do.
There we go. We'll fix all that.
I'm just saying that the people who you use Columbine as an example, God rest all the kids that passed away, their soul. You use that as an example. Okay, that is a high schooler that was being bullied that brought a gun into a school and shot up. Yeah, they did not go in right away.
Mandy, on that point, I will say two things. There is actually substantially more proof that Eric and I forget the last guy's names were the ones doing the.
As far as I'm aware, it's been fairly well pointed out that they turned this way because they were being heavily bullied and they didn't have counselors and the like.
Div, what's the word? Starts with a B, ends with G.
Brannigan?
Yes. There is proof that they were the ones actually doing that. But the problem that I have with that entire thing was the SWAT cops moved in hours after, they had shot themselves, and students and
I don't know. What's your thoughts on that, man?
faculty had bled out with signs inside of the school going, "It's okay, can you help us?" And they still went, "Well, it's a danger to me, even in full body armor. Like, what can I do? Derp, derp, derp. I know I have a rocket launcher in the goddamn SWAT van, but they might have a fucking Tech 9. And I don't have a problem against SWAT teams. Like, I really don't. I think we do need them. But if you're gonna be on the SWAT team and your first viewpoint is your own safety, then you should not be on the SWAT team. If you want to play soldier and you're not willing to, go and play soldier, then you shouldn't be on the fucking SWAT team.
So basically, you're saying that instead of doing it in steps like how they are trained, they're supposed to just rampage into a store. Let's say somebody. Hold on. You basically said it. Basically, let's say somebody was to go into the high school up here where I live, and they decided to shoot the school. SWAT comes in, so they're supposed to skip protocol and just run into the school. They're trying to figure out the safest way.
I am saying. Not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying no, not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying is protocol should be they show up, they find out.
I'm just gonna sit here.
No. What I'm saying is protocol should be they show up, they find out what's going on. They should find.
But you're arguing that you're upset with protocols. You're talking in circles, man. We're having a hard time following.
Well, here's the thing. He believes that, yes, inevitably these people inevitably shot themselves. He's annoyed that the cops spent so much time with their thumbs up their asses.
Exactly.
I'm upset in the same regard with Chernobyl, but it still blew the hell up. There's not much you can really do. A fucked situation is a fucked situation.
Comparing Chernobyl to a school shooting is not at all.
Oh, I can make the comparison. You want to give me 5 minutes?
It's
I
really
can make
not.
the comparison.
No. Question: when did that reactor?
Of course it is. You have dead bodies. You have some who have been blown to pieces. You have some that have been irradiated to hell. They are dead.
So
what is
by
different?
that train of thought, no. So by train of thought, anybody who has ever had a smoke shouldn't be able to exist in society as a whole.
Near what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you have a clusterfuck.
Can I actually explain my point of view without being stopped, please?
I've been listening to you, and you're talking in circles. You've been losing for about 15 minutes.
No.
Okay. He's pissed because
The very balance. I am saying is three things. So can we all agree that cops should stop threats, right? We all agree that cops should stop threats to folks, especially lethal threats, correct?
Yes.
Naturally, yeah.
Main purpose.
Yeah. Now, can we all agree on one point that Americans as a whole have decided that cops should have the armor and the force to back up stopping threats on an everyday thing, correct?
Well, I'm fine with the basics, but what Clinton did was a bit iffier.
But no, I mean, even I'm very, very left, and I will say that cops Well, I think they have to be reformed, have some cash moved to just allow them to concentrate resources on direct threats. But we should say that if there is a direct threat, cops should stop that, correct?
If there's a threat naturally, if the citizenry can't stop it, then yeah, it's the job of law enforcement to do so. Now, I'm not having a problem with the general agreements. The problem I'm having is with you're getting very paradoxical. You're talking about the protocol is what it is, but I am angry that it is, so I want solution, but solution is unobtainable, so I'm angry.
Well, no. The solution is not unattainable. Like, it's really not. Like, as a society, we actually expect 18-year-olds in a war zone to act with more restraint than we expect our police forces to do in our own country. And then we demand
about that, but go on.
Okay, so a cop can shoot somebody immediately, and most Americans are perfectly fine with that guy going to work the next day. At worst, being on a desk thing or, having a paid vacation. Do you know what happens to a soldier if he just goes, oh, that guy might be a threat, and shoots him in the fucking chest?
He's going to get court-martialed if he's screwed up.
There's vast differences between the two.
No.
Yes, there are police departments that do take people who are from the Marine Corps or the Army or the Navy or even the Air Force. But vast difference.
A soldier who does not follow
absolutely. When a cop winds up having to shoot somebody, they don't just immediately give them a desk job or something. All municipalities are different, but I've yet to see it be like an immediate transfer like that.
I've never goddamn seen a time where a cop shot somebody. It wasn't, granted a desk job or paid leave. I have never seen that. I mean, like, I have seen cops who had, white supremacist tattoos in plain view on camera in LA just shoot a black guy over fucking basically him being drunk in public and not knowing what the fuck happened, what's going on, and being killed. And LASD's response is, oh, paid leave. Go spend some time with your family and we're going to pay you for it. And oh, you come back on the force in 2 weeks. That's okay, right, people? That's okay. You're still going to vote for law and order? I've seen campaign ads for that. Every state I've lived in, and I've gone from far left California to far right Texas, like small towns so bad that their response to Obama being in fucking office was Klan parades in the fucking town square. Like, I
don't like Obama myself either. If they want to have an anti-Obama rally, they're within their rights. Look, I get it. You're left. You don't like Klansmen and the SS and so on. Not a lot of people do. They're not around every fucking corner trying to rape your dog. It's gonna be okay, man.
I know that, but there's a problem with. I mean, we have to talk that 65% of America is white, and as far as you know, a sizable minority don't understand why 13% of the population are being angry that they are 40% of the police-involved deaths at all.
There's only been this last year. There was only 9-10 of these instances. These are absolute token horseshit. I have people killing themselves in my backyard here,
The last,
and there's
no,
no
the
5
last
funerals.
the last stats
Now,
provided by
black
the
on black crime is
FBI
a serious problem,
is
and nobody wants to address it
1,300.
because you can't make
No,
money
no,
off of black on black crime.
no.
White on
The
black
last,
crime, you can make tons of fucking money off of, and that's what it is.
The last stats provided by the FBI on officer-involved shootings was 1,300. White people made up about 600 of those, which is less than what they should be. Black people made up over 400. We're talking 13% of the population, making up about 40% of police-involved deaths, taking a good brunt of hate crimes. I mean, like I'm bi, and like I am part of the most okay group to persecute, not counting the fact that I'm pagan.
Don't give me your oppression points, man. It really matters not.
And
if you want to be a quad-gender, transitional, brony lord, and have sex with a mailbox, that's your
we're getting off the point.
If you're going to tell me you need your government to save you because you're this and that and the third, then I'm just going to tell you you need to defend yourself.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we should view people as equal, but we're getting off my original point. Like, if we're gonna have SWAT teams,
it seems like you're talking around in circles and shit, man. I'm trying to follow you, but
you keep stopping fucking me. You keep stopping me. I keep being fucking distracted.
Because you're talking around. I have to cut you off and go, what the hell are you trying to do?
Can I get 5 minutes? Just let me talk for 5 minutes. I'll be done in fucking 3 at most.
You have me confused as hell. I'm just saying.
Okay, so
you want 3 minutes to try and make sense.
Statement one. I will make my argument in 4 statements.
All right.
Statement 1. We are willing to grant cops power, so cops should defend us and they should take force. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And occasionally the beat cops may not have the force they need to stop drastic threats, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sometimes, yes.
So we can all agree that we need to have a branch in law enforcement that can respond to drastic threats with equal, if not more, force, correct?
More or less.
Sounds good so far. All right.
So, and the cops who volunteer for that, because the thing that I'm applying to SWAT is volunteers, should be willing to handle said threats, including the potential loss of their lives, and do that because that is their job, correct?
Yeah.
Then why don't they?
Situational.
What's up?
I know it's not. No, we have agreed. No, we have agreed that they should stop that. They should stop that with a risk towards their lives. And your response is, well, context. But we agreed on context of they volunteered. They understand that they need to risk their lives and they have to stop that. And
yeah, what I'm saying is sometimes they can and sometimes they can't.
Don't.
It's not an absolute.
The vast majority of SWAT team, no. Like, you can go and ask the FBI. You can go and ask every county inside of fucking America. The vast majority of SWAT teams are used to enforce fucking drug busts.
Oh yeah. I mean, shit, I know here we've got a fucking psychotic problem with it. But the problem is, we can agree on the grounds of which they should be doing their job, but
And
sometimes they can, sometimes they can't, because sometimes shit's just out of your hands. There's nothing you can do about it.
No, that's the problem we have is they volunteer for this job. Like I will say right now, all cops are bastards. However, I will give my cousin Brian.
You volunteer to be a soldier and they tell you, sorry, but you can't shoot this guy.
Pretty much.
Yes,
Hey, Mandy, are you
and that
getting where we're
is,
going with
and
this?
that
Is
is
this
rules
making sense so far?
and that is ROE, but in the States, we really don't. We are perfectly okay with somebody who's not armed being shot 13 times. But we're also okay with, guys who have rocket launchers and MRAPs not stopping a school shooting
MRAPs
goes,
are
it's
shit,
too
dude. You shouldn't
dangerous.
use MRAPs in general. Come on. Those things are glorified fucking taxis. Give me those things got a million weaknesses in them. That's why they're liquidating them. Those were a cash cow. And as far as the 13 rounds, yeah, that was McDonald's. Dude was hot.
And I grant that. And
Can I talk now?
grant that. Yes, you can.
Yeah, go right ahead, Mandy.
Okay, first and foremost, when cops are trained to shoot to kill, ask questions later.
And that is a problem sometimes, yes.
It is a problem
Yes.
sometimes, but
That is.
SWAT team is not actually volunteer. There's different tasks force for it. The actual SWAT team, you have to train. You have to be trained
And
how to handle
for that
situations.
training, you have to volunteer. A rather substantial part of my family is SWAT. I mean, I've had
You just said you only had one member of the
parts of my family train SWAT. Like, you need to agree to put your life in that kind of threat to be able to do that, because that's just how police work. I mean, now granted, maybe in Florida that's not the goddamn same thing, but I've lived in Arizona, Texas, Missouri, California, Washington, Oregon, New Mexico, and every cop I've talked to is, yeah, SWAT are volunteers. I actually
That's not like that everywhere. We've got divisions over here as well in Chicago. And you have to sign up for it. You have to pass boot camp, and they've got different varieties.
Go out of your way to be part of SWAT. It's a standard thing. And the problem I have with SWAT is they want to play soldier. Like, they want to, but they don't want any of the accountability. And we still worship the ground they walk on because fucking reasons. I mean, I've lived in towns that have had school shootings, and we don't care. And we don't care
We've
that
had
SWAT
shooting.
didn't solve it.
Hey. I asked if I could talk. I got cut off. I'm just going to say this now. I'm the kind of person that I will let you talk, but when it comes to me and I'm trying to talk, don't cut me off. That is disrespect. You're sitting here saying you lived in towns where there's school shootings. There was school shootings here in Florida as well. There was also the Pure nightclub shooting.
Yes.
Which one of my friends just so happened to be a victim of. For SWAT, they are trained a certain way. Whether or not it's volunteer, whether or not they go to boot camp and have to pass that to be able to join it, they're still trained a certain way. When you're sitting here saying, oh, well, they've got all this armor, but yet they waited hours to go inside. No, they were going by protocol. I'm going to tell you this now. A firefighter is not going to go and just run into a fire as soon as they get there. No, they're going to go through protocol.
Bullshit.
They're
Bullshit.
going to
I have done that goddamn job. They're going to do that.
No, she's actually got a pretty fair point with that.
I'm about to just say I'm done with talking because I keep getting cut off.
No, go
I
ahead
was
and continue
quiet
on,
the
Mandy.
whole entire time that he was talking.
Sorry, I've done a lot of things. It's inside of my life, and fighting fires is one of them. And we did not have a choice. It was a fire. We had to fix that because lives were on the goddamn line, and that's a problem that I have with SWAT teams. Is they go lives are on the line, but my
And
life's
you go
on
cutting
the
me
line.
off.
So fuck kids.
And you're talking in circles again to
Sorry.
boot.
Okay.
I
But
mean,
Sorry,
you're
anyway,
still hinging on the same problem, and we're all trying to talk to you, and you're like,
Yeah.
but the point that I keep talking around.
and keep
You're
cutting
not
people off, which
making
is
a
a big ass sign of disrespect to me.
Hey, I get what you mean.
And I don't want to be pissed off because I don't want to have to go off on somebody for cutting me off and disrespecting me. Because the
I mean,
last
we're getting
time it
near the
wasn't
4
pretty.
we're getting near the 4 hour mark anyways, so in a bit I'll probably want to kill this anyways because I do got to get up for work.
But anyways, a firefighter is trained on how to go about putting out a fire. There's training. You have to go to boot camp basically to learn. I know. I'm about to start going through it. They're not going to just sit here and say, "Oh, we got all this protective gear. Let's just run into a fire." No, they sit there, they figure out their strategy, which is hook the water hose that's on the fire truck, the fire engine, to one of the freaking water things, whatever they're called. I'm half asleep right now. Second of all, they need to figure out where the fire started to figure out where the weakest points of the floor is. Then they go in to make sure that there's no people still trapped in the fire. Meanwhile, they're trying to put the fire out with water. They're going through protocol, doing all that for the safety of the victims and for the safety of them. I'm going to tell you this now. You sat here and you used Columbine as your example. We'll continue with Columbine. We can use Columbine or we can use the park something high school. We can use that one. Parkland in Florida, down south, about 3 hours away from me. We'll use that one for example. All right. So you're telling me that SWAT, they have all this protective gear. They're supposed to just run in there while there's an active shooter. They're not.
That's
They're
kind of
going
their
to be here.
fucking job.
They're not
No,
going
no,
to.
What they are supposed to do is assess. Don't interrupt me, asshole. No, shut up. You've talked enough.
No.
You have talked enough. Listen to me. They are protocoled to sit and assess the situation, however amount of time that takes. And then they go through protocol slowly going in sections into the building. Okay?
It's not them
That's
sitting here
exactly
defending
what they did in
themselves.
Parkland. That's exactly what they did at Columbine. Matter of fact, the kids didn't shoot themselves long before. No, they shot themselves when they realized SWAT was there.
And they walked outside and shot themselves in front of the cops.
I'm gonna. So the cops went in at about 2:30, but the kids shot themselves at 9:30. How do you address that?
The kids didn't shoot themselves at 9:30. I know all about the Columbine. I had to do a paper on it in school. They shot themselves outside after SWAT entered into the building and evacuated everyone
Here,
else.
let me actually go look into this then while we're at it then.
The shooting started at 9:30.
Yeah, and
that's when they started shooting
top of
people
that,
up.
we are trying to talk about SWAT protocol, and I'm from where they formed, and the entire reason of where they formed was overwhelming force. Like I remember the first test of SWAT.
Okay, so
in my
you're
lifetime.
Okay, what you're
They
saying.
didn't do goddamn shit. And that's the reason why cops use 40 cals and not 38 cals and not 9.
At approximately 11:19 a.m., Dylan Kabul and Eric Harris, dressed in trench coats, began shooting fellow students outside of Columbine High School, located in a suburb south of Denver. The pair then moved inside a school where they gunned down many of their victims. Approximately 11:35 a.m., Cabal Harris had killed 12 students and a teacher and wounded more than 20 others. Shortly after 12 p.m., the two teens turned their guns on themselves.
Okay.
The investigators later learned Harris and Cabal had arrived in separate cars at Columbine at 11:10 on the morning of the massacre. The two then walked into the school cafeteria where they placed 2 duffel bags containing a 20-pound propane bomb set to explode at 11:17 a.m. The teens then went back outside to their cars to wait for the bomb to go off. When the bomb failed to detonate, Harris and Cabal began their shooting spree.
No, stop. Dog, stop. You're fine. You're fed. You've gone out. You've had treats. Stop, dog. I can't replace the goddamn couch. Calm your fucking ass down. Sorry, I have a dog, so and she's crazy. But yeah, go on.
So you're saying that they took their own lives at 11 o'clock in the morning when they originally set to detonate a bomb at 11:17 in the morning. When that didn't detonate, they took their lives with the gun.
Clarification, I'm from LA. I've lived on the West Coast 26 years out of 28, so yes to me. But
okay, so how old are you? My question is how old are you?
29, but...
You are 3 years older than me. You are 2 years older than me. 3 years older than me. You were born in 91. I was born in 93. All right. I know about the Columbine shooting. I learned about it in school. I've read about it. I had to do a paper in it. It happened in Denver, not in California.
No,
stop.
No,
I think she's got down this one. So.
I am tired
He's yelling
of
at his dog.
disrespecting me. I am talking.
He was yelling at his dog.
Oh, he was yelling at me.
I muted him for a couple seconds.
But the thing is they went through protocol. Yes, things could have went differently. They could have gotten caught. They could have gotten punished for the hell that they cause on other families. The kids that took their own lives after taking others, walked out in front of the cops and SWAT when they realized SWAT was there and took their lives at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. A little bit later than that.
Mm-hmm.
Parkland. The shooter was captured by SWAT.
They actually got him? I thought he was dead.
I think they caught him. I think that was the one that they actually caught.
Okay.
Because there was one school massacre where they actually caught the shooter, and I think it was that one.
Okay.
But
so there was that one and the college one with the Asian kid. But I mean, hell, we really should split hairs.
Yes, he was captured.
Okay.
But SWAT went through protocol and was able to capture this guy. Without that, there could have been a whole hell of a lot more lives taken.
Yeah, well, that and also with like Columbine.
I don't agree.
From what I understand, he had Full Metal Jackets.
Oh yeah, he had straight up protective gear.
No,
I don't believe the whole defunding the cops.
Neither do I.
Mm-hmm.
I think
because what's going to happen when your house gets robbed? Who you going to call? Because you defunded the cops, so that means there's not going to be a lot of cops to be able to help.
Right. Well, from what I understand of his argument, he's conflating reform with fun.
You're currently muted, mate. You're gonna have to unmute him for us to hear his response.
No.
Yeah, sorry, we had you muted there while you were speaking.
Div.
Yeah.
Do I believe that cops should have guns?
Well, yes. As long as you believe that they should exist.
Do I believe that cops should? I believe that cops should have overwhelming firepower.
That's an iffy thing. I'm going to blame Mr. Clinton for that.
But my stance on cops having that amount of toys is being accountable. Correct, right?
They shouldn't have all of it. Then blame the Clintons for that. I didn't want it. I don't like it.
No,
They put in the assault weapons.
No.
Hello? Oh, and just cut out. It's fine
Oh, well.
sometimes.
If we lost him, we lost.
He'll be back.
I don't mind arguing with him. It's the fact that we've been going in circles since we got onto this general topic.
He confused the hell out of me. How are you going to say in one hand that you should defund the fucking police, and then in the other hand, oh, I believe the police should have guns and all this?
Yeah, that's reform.
What
that's
the fuck? You're
Well, he did state earlier he did admit he was kind of wrong with the phrasing earlier when he said it shouldn't be defunding.
Which is why I corrected him and stated that that's reform. That's not defund. And he dropped out. But yeah, he conflated the two, or he made an error like you mentioned. It's not defund, it's reform. It just... Yeah, he said defund instead of reform.
Puddin', why the hell do you have that stupid ass eye patch on?
It's October. I'm supposed to be in costume for Halloween.
Plus I
do a Halloween show, not now.
So Tara,
what?
I'm coming to pick you up in January.
Why?
We're going to the inauguration.
You seriously want to be in the same area with Orange Man Bad?
And we're gonna go see Burnside because I'm gonna be in Chicago anyways.
Hey, careful, mate. You won't make it across the street before you start hearing gunshots.
I'm supposed to go and visit him in December anyway, knowing his mom is probably going to be like, why didn't you just move in?
I'm back. And Mandi, can I say one thing right now? And I'm sorry. I know that I am rather aggressive about my viewpoints, but Div, do I believe that cops should have power?
First things first, I think you have to immediately fix how you phrase things. If you want reform, not defunding.
Yes,
you need to call it reform. You need to you need to say that and not defund, because it's confusing them.
Use the word. I would rather use that word, but defund is the current one right now, and I'll explain that versus yes, but no, like we need to reform cops. Like cops should not respond to a mental health thing unless they are required. Cops should not respond to an evictions they are required. Cops should not show up unless force is required.
Why shouldn't police hold on? Why shouldn't police show up at a mental health thing?
Because I can tell you from experience that cops showing up and throwing a gun into my face, my thought process went, my own gun up. It doesn't help people. It leads to death. It leads to people dying.
If you have mental health instability, you should not own a gun. Second of all, the police
I agree with that.
Okay. First of all,
hold on, we're getting a lot of echo. Who's got the echo?
I probably do. Okay. No, it's not me.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. So. Second of all, the police show up because of the person possibly causing harm to themselves and others. And I can tell you from experience that when they showed up for me, no guns were pulled. When they showed up for my dad, the first time, they tased his ass because he was threatening to blow up his trailer and everyone around it. The second time that they were called on him, which I'm the one that called them, it was because he was threatening to harm me when I was trying to help him.
And granted,
so no, they deserve and need to show up to help anyone else that could possibly be harmed during it.
The cops should show up at that point in time, but I have had a time where just I was not having a good day, and I haven't had that in 6 years, and Div can back that up. I have not required help since then, but I opened my door to being tased, being beat, dragged into a fucking ambulance, and then asked what's going wrong, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just having a bad fucking day, and I was drunk and talked to a friend, and the only reason that I wasn't thrown into a fucking hospital was my friend, and my friend showed up and said, no, like, dude's okay, I didn't want this, I just wanted someone to make sure that he was okay. You shouldn't have fucking tased him. And the same dude paid for my fucking bills, and then picked me up, dropped me off, and found me a place to live and a fucking job. No, look, I have had times that I've relapsed, and the cop's response was to literally knock me the fuck out.
Then you have shitty trained cops.
I'm from LA, so granted,
well,
yes.
Yeah, their automatic response is to do that because they have so many fucking crazy people there. They're called liberal.
No. Like, I have actually walked up and said, officers, I don't want to be a problem. I've relapsed. I don't know where to go. And if I wasn't outside of a specific building at a certain point in time, I probably would have been killed. Because they grabbed their gun, and it took a counselor walking out going no, dude has problems from child abuse and a bunch of other random shit, and being raped, and just let him be okay and tell him where to find a fucking meeting. Why are you grabbing your rifle?
Then what your friend should have done is, instead of calling 911, which is probably what they called, they should have called a non-emergency.
He didn't. He called He called a specific part of that county's non-emergency hotline, and the response was, I was tased and beaten down before I could fucking talk.
There's a easy description for what's going on. LA's a shithole.
Yeah, I was going to pretty much sum it up.
Because what should have been done is he should have said
that was in
words that he should have used.
Arizona. I still have a non-correctly healed wrist from what happened in fucking LA, because I closed the screen door and they went, oh shit, he has a gun, and just broke my fucking wrist.
He should have used the exact words of a wellness check. Because when you say those specific words, they have a specific protocol that they go through.
No, they said that. I've seen cops shoot people over a wellness check because dude didn't open the screen door.
I've seen cops being shot at wellness checks.
How our police act, because frankly,
there have been cops attacked and shot at during wellness checks.
Wellness checks should not end with people dying. And you should not be arrested.
I don't know, this sounds like a big gamble to me. I get where you're going, but I mean, they can go any which direction. It's literally rolling a D20 and hoping that you're going to get a nat 20, but you don't know.
Henrik, should you be arrested just for resisting arrest? And that is the only charge.
Here, that's actually very possible. It's Cook County, man.
It depends on how you're resisting.
Oh, fuck. I guess I'm
that as well.
If you're physically harming them, then
I guess I'm the only person here who believes in fucking freedom, because I hate to fucking break it to you.
But I also believe in
you
obeying
don't have
the law.
to comply with cops. You don't have to comply with cops.
Well,
yes, you do if you don't want to get hurt.
That's a very situational thing. I talked to a guy who actually had a situation where he didn't have to because he was in an open carry state, traveling with his handgun on himself when he was in a state that allowed him to open carry with his handgun. But because of the fact that his sheer presence intimidated his fellow neighbors as he was just walking around minding his own business.
A prime
The cops
example being
routinely-
police, as long as they show off that they are police, can request your ID.
Okay. I
You
actually
are required by law to show your ID if they request it and prove that they are an officer.
Div. She can't hear. I have to go.
Who's here?
Jace can't hear. I have to go.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay.
Who's Jace?
Don't want to know. Oh, okay. I thought it was a reference to something else.
No, it's just his friend. It's his roommate.
Oh, okay.
Health issues.
I don't know. It's going on almost 4.5 hours.
Hey, at least you had plenty of time to get to know the guy.
Aside from talking in circles, he can be tolerable.
I'm a centrist, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus won't help you. I'm sorry.
I know, God, only you can, but even you hate me.
No, I love all humans except for Jews because they killed my son.
God.
I gave them the benefit of the doubt. They were my chosen people, man.
All right.
Yeah, for some reason, they still think they're the chosen.
I tried my hardest to be quiet, to be a good girl, not say anything. I let them talk. I didn't say anything smart. And then I just got tired of it.
And that's why when he tried to talk over me, I told him to shut up. He's talked enough.
Yeah, regrettably, I get you want to be a proper Southern woman, Mandi, and be all polite and everything, but he kept
Burnside
talking in circles, and you had to cut him out.
Burnside can vouch. I've done that to Six. I've done it to Pat. I've done it to pretty much every streammate we've had because they like to cut me off because I'm the democratic person.
Yeah.
Literally. How often have I told you, shut the fuck up, let me talk?
A couple, at least.
Yeah, but you've also learned when I start talking to be quiet or else I'm going to snap at you.
Yeah.
Communism detected on American soil.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, either way, unfortunate does have some issues. Unfortunately, he has some difficulty recovering from them.
Oh, he is a relatively unfortunate soul.
As stated,
Name comically enough fitting.
Well, he's been through a lot.
Nonetheless, though, do we want to have a good laugh at Cuomo having multiple funerals before we call it a night?
Well, the only thing.
Are you talking about the one that Scooby had you send me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I wasn't expecting him to
Is it the one for all the old people that died at the funeral home because he sent all the sick COVID people back?
Well, there's also the fact they scrubbed the New York Health Services website of all that information.
Oh, well, that's quite interesting. But
yeah, but their dumbasses forget there's people like Scooby that screenshot that shit.
Or Wayback Machine.
Both exactly. So, Mandi, do you still have the article?
I do.
Awesome. Go right ahead.
Oh, Lord.
I won't cut you off.
Oh, Lord, I got to read it. I feel like I'm in school.
Yes, you're in school, damn it. You're reading to the classroom.
Prepare to
learn. All right, it says New York families who lost elderly loved ones during the state's coronavirus crisis this spring plan to hold a mock funeral. Targeting New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's leadership.
Pronounce Cuomo.
He's Italian.
Leadership and integrity, the New York Post reported. Well, it's the background. In late March, Cuomo.
Or Como.
It's still funny that you mispronounce it.
issued an executive order that said nursing homes could not reject patients recovering from the coronavirus. At the time, New York hospitals were being overrun with COVID-19 patients as the Empire State quickly became the global epicenter for the novel virus. And the policy was... I'm half asleep.
You can do this.
Sleep is for the weak. Caffeine keeps you strong.
I don't drink caffeine anymore.
Sounds like weakness.
And the policy was supposedly meant to free up hospital beds. However, the directive turned out to be a death warrant for thousands of elderly New Yorkers. Dumbass officially revised the policy in mid-May, but he has thus far refused accountability. In fact, in a book that was published this week about his response to the pandemic, he blamed Republicans for a scandal. By early spring, Republicans needed an offense to distract from the narrative of their botched federal response, and they needed it badly, he wrote. So they decided to attack Democratic governors and blame them for nursing homes. Daniel R&B, who lost his father and 3 other elderly family members in the nursing home crisis, told the Post that a hearse had been rented for the event, which will carry a casket filled with thousands of pages from his book. Ultimately, we want to apologize, and we don't want it to be buried and hidden and forgotten. Thousands upon thousands of people died and couldn't have burials, Arbany said. Now he wrote his book. He's calling himself great, taking credit for the good things and blaming everyone else for the bad. He added, in our heart, we want him to apologize, period. End of discussion. How is Cuomo responding? All these damn last names that I can't fucking pronounce.
Just keep calling him dumbass. Call him Governor Dumbass.
Rich, as a party, a spokesman for the governor, dismissed the families according to the Post and continued to blame Republicans for dumbass's order. We mourn every family member who lost someone during the pandemic and hope they look past the misinformation and outright lies that have been manufactured by the right-wing agitators and their allies looking to cover for the federal government's many, many failures. Dumbass number 2 said. The fact remains that every state across the nation is grappling about how to keep nursing home patients safe and tackle the root cause of infections. Asymptomatic staffers who, though no fault of their own, bring in the virus, he added. I think it was a little bit more funnier that I read it and fucked up names than the actual thing.
I think that's why Scoob asked me to give it to you in particular.
The fact is it was the Republicans up there saying, dude, you can't do this.
Oh, and just so you know, Tara, I cannot be around you for 2 weeks.
Why?
Is that when the restraining order ends?
COVID.
Go get
and then
your bitch
after
ass
you,
tested.
They won't test me unless I show signs, and I'm not showing signs. So they're refusing to test me. So now I have to quarantine myself for 2 weeks.
Odd, because they
And
tested
don't
me
forget,
because I was exposed.
when you come
And
to
I asked
Illinois,
my
you're going to
boss.
have to also stay 14 days as well when you get back home.
I'm not flying. I'm driving.
Oh God, even
Oh,
worse.
okay, you're good then.
I'm
Totally
driving.
bypass that.
I am driving my beautiful 03 Chevy Trailblazer.
Nice.
Oh,
And I'm going to
boy,
be
you
blaring
almost
up
had a
church
place.
in... I'm going to be blaring up church.
At least not blowing up church.
No,
Yeah.
if I
Okay,
step
so we
into a
can
church,
see
it's going to catch
Burnside's
on
house
fire.
in Chicago.
Hey, first of all, it's not that easy.
Huh?
It's not that easy to, light a church on fire just by walking into it. Not unless you
It's either the church
Never
is going to catch
happens
on
when I
fire
go
or I
in.
catch on fire. Sorry, like I
It
said,
never
I'm
happens when I walk in, especially Catholic church. I'm Druid. They hate my ass.
Oh, so you're a follower of dead gods. All right.
I'm a follower of the gods you already killed.
Yes, I had to. I'm sorry, but they looked funny and they're like ants. You just step on them.
You killed my green man. He was cool looking.
Yes, unfortunately, he was also emo.
Hey, what's wrong with being emo?
You're not emo.
Yes, I am.
I just said you ain't.
I am.
You ain't now.
No, honey, you're a baby bat. You're not emo.
Oh,
That means you're goth. You're a baby bat.
Oh, you're all adorable and stuff, Mandi.
Oh, great. She's edgy.
How adorable. Oh,
I mean, I am kind of edgy. I drive past the freaking police station with a tag that doesn't even go to my car.
You need to fix that ASAP. Trust me.
I am.
Ask me how I know.
I am. I just got my car not even 2 weeks ago.
Who the heck did you steal that tag from?
It came off my old car.
Oh, you'll be fine. I did that in Indiana.
No, the fuck you don't. Believe me. In
I
Florida,
am so well
they
known
say
in
that
Union County. They just send my ass home. Like I legit.
I understand that. If they let you slide, I'll be surprised. I was down in Hillsboro, had the tag to my Pontiac Grand Dam on my Blazer, and I got pulled over and told I had to go to court because they thought I stole my car or I stole the tag.
Little did you know, you actually did.
No, I actually got pulled over in the car already, and the cop looked at me. He goes, "Mandi." I'm like, "Yes, John. Where'd you get this vehicle from?" "I just bought it." "Oh, okay. That's the reason why this tag's on here. I know you usually put the right tag. Take your ass home before I put you in jail." "Yes, sir."
All right, your next paycheck needs to go to a tag transfer.
It is. It's actually going towards my insurance and my bills, and then if I have any left over, it's going towards my tag transfer, which is only $189.
Anything left after that goes towards your kids.
No, it goes towards getting my car fixed. My windows, I gotta get a sensor for the windows and a blower motor for the AC, and I gotta figure out why they tape my sunroof closed.
Probably because it leaks.
Like they legit like tape my fucking sunroof up. I don't even think you
Probably
realize when I
because
bought
it
it. I don't know, but we'll figure that part out.
That
It doesn't
My
look like it
sunroof
leaks. It doesn't look like it leaks. It looks like somebody taped it up because they just decided they wanted to try taping every single damn window in my car.
Were they trying to
There's
clear coat it or
duct
something?
tape.
They had to seal it?
There's duct tape on the outside of my driver's door because the window wouldn't go up because the sensor went out. So what do? They duct tape trash bags to the freaking window.
If it works, it works.
Gotta love Florida. Gotta love fucking Florida. Oh my god.
I just took
We
some
do
photos.
that. God. My neighbor
it's
all the
just
way at the end of the block had to do that when he got his back window shot up by the drive-by.
Burnside, I've seen it done in other states. It's just Florida has some of the most lenient car laws because we're not uptight assholes. Hell, I can drive around without the hood on my car.
What?
Yeah, as long as I have a bumper on my car, I can drive around without the hood on it. I can drive
That sounds
around in a car without a roof as long as I have a windshield. I don't have to have a back windshield.
Huh.
Yeah, we don't have to have back windshields. We just have to have the front ones.
Yeah, and those are covered for free when they get broken. Your insurance does not charge you because that's a Florida law.
I'll be right back.
So even if someone, let's say someone vandalized the car and busted out the front the windshield, insurance will cover it. A branch goes through it. Insurance covers it. My insurance does not go up because it is a Florida law that all windshields must be replaced for free since it is required by law to have a windshield.
Communism detected on American soil.
Oh.
But that's an alright law, in my opinion. If they're going to give it for you for free, then hey.
Yeah, that seems alright. Oh.
You just like free shit.
Yeah, some free shit.
I do like free shit. As long as it's good free shit.
Yeah, that's where I get picky, is if it's decent stuff. Yeah, as soon as Mandi gets back, I'm gonna go close this thing up for the night, get ready for bed and all that good stuff.
That's one of the reasons why I refuse to get another Obama phone is because they're shitty. They're refurbished, and every one I've had fries out within months of having it. And
damn. Did you ask it nicely to work right?
Yes, I did ask it nicely. I even slapped it around a bit like it was a hoe.
Well, there's the problem. They don't like to be treated like that. They like to be treated like a dom.
You need to communicate with its machine spirit.
I communicated with it till, I literally slammed it on the counter.
That's a sub-treatment. Did you not do what I just said?
I promise you, it is submissive to me because it is my device. It will do what I want when I want.
Little did you know, all that will produce is an angry Skynet.
Skynet can go blow itself.
It will, and you up with it.
I'm not gonna lie, Alex Jones' Skynet commercial for Terminator was actually really fucking cool. One of these days, if I can find it, I'll record it and show it off and add some extra shit to it so that hopefully we don't get too banned, because it was good. Like, if he makes a limited edition Skynet InfoWars mug or t-shirt or some shit, I'm fucking buying it. Oh.
I see.
For now, though, I'm definitely going to go call it a night, so I don't know. We want to do outros and stuff.
Well, of course. But before that, Tara, you should read Dante's Divine Comedy and many of his other works. He'll actually tell you how many of the pagan gods were eventually demoted to angels.
I'll read it when I learn Italian.
You don't need to. It's been translated.
Yeah, translations suck.
Not gonna lie.
So does the world half the time, but you still live in it.
No, the world has to live with me.
Sure. Are you sure, though? Are you not just talking about your exes?
No, I'm pretty damn sure. It has to live with me.
Nah. It seems to be going on just fine wherever you're not.
No, not really, because everything I see is everything else is on fire.
You live in California?
Nope.
Australia?
Nope.
Ah, shit, she's a Canuck.
Fucking no.
No, I do not date the French.
Only half of them are French. Half can go fuck off.
Wait, I'm only about 45 minutes away from Mandi.
Yeah, I know.
Well, go save her from Florida already.
Kind of hard since I live there too.
Well, you can
kidnap her.
Nice.
She's moving to Tennessee.
Oh,
nice.
You wish. I'm not sure I ever want to go back to that state.
What did that state ever do to you?
Oh, I've already lived there once.
It's not exactly explaining my question, but all right.
Hi, Loki. Everybody sees you.
Yes, it is a fluffer.
It is the not so little cat.
Oh, it's the kitty.
Oh, that is cute.
It's the kitty I loved on as a kitten. And you're making him lick his balls.
It's a cat. You really think she would have to force it to do that? No, do it anyways. Because it's a cat and it doesn't.
It's my baby.
Any of you think?
Hi, baby.
All right, well, I'm gonna call it a night, guys. You guys have fun?
Let's
I guess.
then.
Yeah, we'll have to get you on when there's not so many adversarial people. I feel like a dick for like putting you in that situation twice already. I swear it's not on purpose.
Oh, it's fun because I get to tell them about their ass. He pissed me off thinking that I didn't know shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I feel it. So I got upset with him a couple times. We're talking to was like, I don't get you. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you're making me angry, and that's making you angry.
I just say it's misinformation.
Probably. But we're gonna end that on. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
no
dickhead.
outros? No outros?
I don't know. Did anyone else want to do one?
If they don't know who I am, then their head's been under a rock.
Says the one with the name of
And
Kara.
if they don't know who I am by now,
Of course, and everyone knows me. There's been plenty of books written about me.
Killed by stabbing or
In fact, it's
That's
pretty
right.
difficult to ever escape any books about me now that I think about it.
Yeah, you're a common
I don't read
reference.
books, period.
We're gonna have to have a talk.
Unless it's 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, God.
Keep your fantasies out of this chat. This is a wholesome Minecraft Christian server.
Minecraft Christian. Oh, my God.
That sounds like a TikTok. Oh my God, there is one.
What kind of bullshit
God
are
has
you
a
looking at? It was a
TikTok.
meme.
No, there's a
Oh my
TikTok that's going around. It says, "Oh, you thought this was a thirst trap? Not on this Christian Minecraft server."
So what you're
And
saying?
then it goes.
So what you're
Then,
saying is
then
they're
it goes.
trying to
Oh
put
no,
memes-
it's a thirst trap.
So they're trying to put decent memes on TikTok.
Oh, they've been doing it for a while.
So
By
you're
the way,
saying-
you should go see TikTok Jesus. He's funny as fuck.
Sounds gay.
No, he's not gay, but he's funny as fuck.
All right. Ugh.
Well, of course. His jokes are to die for.
All right.
And
I'll
he's-
do a brief little intro,
I wish
guess.
I had my camera on, but the lighting's wrong. You know, I'd stick
You
out
say
my
that
arm.
much.
He's hung like this.
Oof.
That's all good.
You say lighting's a issue. Look at poor Henrik. He has terrible lighting.
My
I have
boyfriend has
lighting that
terrible
makes me
taste
look
in
like
jokes.
Orange Man bad.
Life is a joke, so have a laugh.
My boyfriend has horrible taste in jokes.
I just seen that. That's awesome.
No.
Oh, that's great.
Karen, check your Snap or check your Discord.
Ugh. Right,
Oh, here we
I'm
go.
falling asleep here. So I'm not gonna bother
One
with an
final
outro.
meme for you, Henrik.
One final one. All right.
Of course.
And it's the one weekend that I'm actually off on the day after.
Wow.
Hysterical. What was the previous thing you sent me? It looks like it's a face hug.
Oh, yes. But this time it's been carved out of meat.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. Well, good night
That's
for now,
awesome.
everyone. We're gonna end the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.